Hello. Howdly doodly. What's happening? What's going on? Who pinging me? Oh, it's my own Discord that's pinging me. All right. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. All right. So it's been a little bit of a while since we last read this. By that I mean like 2 weeks. So trying to remember what has happened here. Go over a bit of a recap. Um, So he went to the moon of Kelrosa, found Krepto possessed by Sulthrasa. Sulthrasa beat the shit out of him, then basically knocked him unconscious. Brought him to this sort of torture interrogation chamber, where he figured out or found out the big truth that it turns out Keltethis, this masked first senator who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, turned out to be his father this whole time, who faked his death. And that was quite destructive to Lagda and wounded him in ways that he didn't think he could be wounded, pretty much. His sword has been basically corrupted, and it was found out that the sword that he carries is basically him in spirit, and vice versa. So through corrupting the sword, his spirit is also weakened, and he has been weakened. And after being freed by Solthrasa, who still serves primarily the demons, not necessarily Keltethis, after being freed by Solthrasa in a odd twist, he marches out across a desert for a long ass time, almost collapses to death, has a weird vision, and then that gives him the strength to carry on. And he carries on, finds a ship that gets back to Purgatory, and they find a little device, or it turns out Algoris has been holding a little device for when the time was right, and the device fits perfectly into the rune at the end of Lochna's sword, the little glyph, the seal of soul thing, and upon using that, it acts like a key, and it projects a star map that shows a path directly to um, the original Clepathian homeworld. Now, why it goes there? Well, apparently that's also where the Felthmore family tomb is, as for most family tombs as well. It's at one of the polar regions, and it's shrouded in a sort of barrier that keeps it habitable, while the rest of the world is completely inhabitable because of the sheer amounts of radiation and hazardous waste there. He goes into the tomb after landing there, and it's surrounded by various angels and statues of angels. One of them, without a name before it, just with eyes closed and looking down, eyes closed and facing down at him, or eyes open, I don't know. It's one of the two. And he doesn't muse on it too much. He goes inside the tomb. However, after he goes inside the tomb, you can see here the door slams behind him, and now he's trapped within. So here we are now at chapter 12, The Truth That Burns. Hope you guys are doing well. Another fair reminder, I will probably be doing most of chat reading between chapters here, or any sort of stopping point. Mm. Now, now. That said, let's get on going. Chapter 12, A Truth That Burns. Deeper and deeper, Locke walked through the dark stone corridors, the light in his hands the only company and comfort from the gloaming, cold shadows. Not a sound stirred save for the clink of his damaged mail and plate, and his heavy Clepathian footsteps thumping and clacking on the ground. It was unnoticeable at first, the growing chill with each step further, but now he shivered with his breath visible in the air. Locke inferred that wherever he was going, it was somewhere deep beneath the surface. It wasn't like he had a choice, but it wouldn't have been so hard if he at least had a way to defend himself. Here he was, so weak he could barely even channel this basic spell, his knees already wobbling with exhaustion, his body still battered just like the dented, cracked armor covering it, and his sword blunted and brittle. To think that despite how far he came before he took off to Kelrosa's moon, how powerful and full of greatness he felt, it was so easily ripped away. Perhaps he had never had power at all, and it was just a facade brought upon him by the pride he felt from those who followed him. Indeed, not even the Creator's Son seemed free from sin, he thought. Hello, Trip. In an odd way, Locke drew some comfort from this defeat. For if he could not fail, then his will could not have been free. What was free will without the choice between good and evil, right and wrong, and the consequences therein? Both choices demanded sacrifices, and both offered recompense. It was no wonder why the lines between them were blurry at times. The path of evil required sacrifices subtle and difficult for immediate temporal gain. The path of righteousness required sacrifices of the immediate and temporal for things difficult to see, the eternal. One was the path of fallen flesh, the other the divine soul. Hello, Astros. Welcome on in. Enjoy your cup of coffee. Without faith, without knowledge of the truth, choosing the path of evil was easy, for such a person only saw through the eyes of flesh. Those who tempted what they saw through those who tempered what they saw through holy truth knew well the futility the flesh brought, thus chose things lasting eternal. To be low in this life was to be great in the kingdom hereafter. To be weak was to be strong. To be poor was to be rich. To be a servant was to be free. A paradox on the surface, but a necessity underneath. It was the balance of free will, free choice, and the consequences within. Locke understood these things well now, but there was only one hurdle he had yet to overcome. What would be his sacrifice? To save the souls of so many, to defeat the encroaching darkness more powerful than he could possibly imagine, what sacrifice would it take? For a time, Locke was so stubborn and bold as to be willing to give everything because he had nothing, but now, as his mind was humbled and matured, he wasn't so certain. He had something now. He had a life worth living. The people back on Purgatory, Clepathian, and Clonfear alike looked up to him in awe. Algoris was like a loving father to him, and Krepto was like a brother. Still living, albeit under the control of an evil. Locke yearned to free Krepto, bring about a revolution within the UCS, expand the alliance between the Clepathians and Clonfear, reach out for the stars beyond the galaxy and bring light to others, go on many adventures, perhaps even make new friends. But at what cost? What was he, as a savior, to sacrifice? Like a shadow stalking him for so long, he already knew the answer. A chill, colder than the air around him, raced down his spine to the tip of his tail. Locke shook his head, pushing away the chain of thoughts out of denial, forcing the answer back into its cage so he did not have to look at it. Instead, he focused on the here and now, specifically how smooth the walls, ceiling, and floor were becoming. Locke guessed that it was because they were so far underground that they were untouched by time. The walls in particular caught his interest. He humbled to himself as he studied the hieroglyphs and pictograms inscribed upon the walls. They were rough, indecipherable in the earlier parts of the corridor, but now they were as clear as the day they were carved. Much of it made little sense, being primitive pictures of Clepathians like stick figures with opaque circle heads and simple sideways triangles for their ears, little squiggly lines for their tails. But as Locke walked deeper, the images became more refined. Before he knew it, he was looking at a mural with very clear imagery, but the message behind the art remained cryptic. AFK, get gross because I'm a silly fool. Should have done that yesterday. Back soon. Alright, Geth. Locke held the light up to the wall and slowed his pacing, seeing carvings of war fought with mail and boulder-hurtling siege weapons, then another few paces forward fought with guns that were little more than tubes spewing forth rounded balls of metal. The firearms and cannons changed form over time, soon being mounted on machines of the sea, then ground, and finally the air. All of it stretched on, and depicting an endless war until it climaxed in a most stunning display of the very heavens crashing down upon Chelor. Overlooking it was one of the angels from outside, Silena, looming over the aftermath as an angel of death. Locke halted in his steps as he saw this, taking in the dreadful awe. Worse yet, that was not the end of the mural. He saw the sleeper ships fleeing the burning world, departing towards a new world, only for the cycle of bloodshed to soon continue anew upon the galaxy. Ships of the sea became ships of the stars. Battles between Clepathians and the former peaceful intergalactic alliances erupted after the Clepathians established themselves. Illustrations depicted alien creatures he had never seen before, all trampled upon by Clepathian hatred and self-supremacy. This was the expanse of the Clepathian Empire. Locke was getting close now, interpreting the great mural he beheld, the primordial conflicts, with one among them rising, his sword and even tail cap the exact same shape as Locke's own. Locke looked over his shoulder and swished his large tapering tail, differing from his predecessor's typical thin Clepathian tail. His predecessor stood exactly like the Clepathians, leading them against a great invasion worth 7 galaxies of sentient beings. Locke didn't understand why until he looked up and saw a most terrifying beast looming over the aliens, a demon of some sort. He paused for a moment and tapped his lower lip in thought. To understand the future was to remember the past. These alien invaders were enslaved entirely by demonic possession. Who was to say the Clepathians would not be next if Locke failed to save them? How many other civilizations fell to the same temptations that they face now? Locke gulped and his heart began to pound faster. This was no mere record of the past, but a warning of the future. It was not much further when he saw the end of the primordial conflicts, where the Clepathians were rendered nigh extinct with their galaxy in ruins, and there he saw the Zealot casting off his crown and burning it. Locke looked away from the wall and further down the hall, still seeing no end in sight. The dread of what he would find next arose with each step within him, for no longer did he walk through the past. Now he glimpsed at the present, and soon, the future. The UCS arose from the ashes. The shadows under the Clepathian carving slowly turned to dark, cackling creatures following them. Dear Creator, Locke muttered to himself. Looking further ahead forced him to slow nearly to a halt as he took in every detail. He saw the day he was born, his father cradling him, and his mother dead. A bitter mix of nostalgia and sorrow overtook Locke, his eyes beginning to water as he touched the stone mural. Mom? Time stood still as he stared and rubbed his claws across the wall, trying to reach for the family he lost forever. He gritted his teeth and forced back the oncoming tears, closing his eyes and shaking his head. Come on, Nocta, focused. Gotta keep moving. He scolded himself and wiped his eyes, forcing himself to look away and ahead at what lied next. He saw where Skyreath feigned his death, taking control over the UCS, and war beginning anew with the Clan Fayar. There he saw the Clan Fayar creating their false androids, luring himself into their hands. Locke remembered all of this, feeling like his entire life up until now happened just yesterday. Beyond this part of the mural awaited the future, and he halted again. Locke stared down the dark corridor, hesitant to continue. Swallowing his fears once again, Locke crept ahead past the depictions of Krepto turning away from him and being enslaved by Solthrasa. He expected to find even more endless war, even more bloodshed, but what he found was strange. It was that angel again, kneeling with the Felthmore family seal behind it like a sun rising over the horizon. Many stars and galaxies spelled across the sky, and, on the ground below, a vast multitude knelt with clasped hands. Just above the angel were the three smaller glyphs which made up the Felthmore family seal. To the left was the Kal, the Yi on the right, and the larger Rusk in the middle. Never had he seen the seal divided in a way. A Clepathian's family seal always had these three parts, but the meaning behind them was long lost in time, as their names were words of an ancient, no longer spoken language. Some said it was just for ease of categorization, while others believed they held deeper meanings depending on the family. It was clear to Locke now that whoever carved this mural believed the latter, and now he was inclined to believe so as well. He continued further, searching for other clues to the future, but there was nothing. The walls were blank, polished clean, and featureless. Locke was confused by this until he took one more step forward and finally saw the end of the corridor. He wished that this comforted him as much as he thought it would, but with this being the mural's end, it brought only fear. Cautiously, he stepped forth through the open gateway and into a much larger area. From what he could see by the reflections of light in his hand, there were six great walls, giving the chamber a hexagonal shape. Stacked high, all the way to the ceiling, were small pockets within the walls containing small urns full of ancestral ashes. Some of them were hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of years old, but this was not a trip to a museum. He was here for something specific. What it was, he did not know, but he did know staring at ashes wouldn't get him anywhere. Frustrated and confused, he let out a sigh. Well, this has been an excellent field trip, but I'd really like to move things along, Locke said in a joking manner as to burn off stress. That's a hint to whatever ghosts here are listening, if all you grandparents didn't catch on. Obviously, there was no response to his agitated quip other than a long echo, so he began, once again, looking around. The urns themselves ranged from humble to ornamented, some of the names impossible to read given the older languages. It was towards the last centuries of this world when the Clopathians all began speaking in Kalori, but even then it was a dialect of it no longer spoken today. Nevertheless, it was close enough to interpret the important details. Rothur Felthmore. Locke read one of the decipherable names aloud, looking at the brief epitaph beneath it. 7302 7389. Died old and steady, doing what he loved, fishing. Locke tilted his head curiously and let out a bemused chuckle. They really didn't live long back then, did they? Or maybe the years here are just really long. He moved on to another. Let's see. Sarkia Felthamore, 7225 to 7255. Killed by her former lover, death by a gouging of eyes and bleeding out in a basement? Locke blinked and shuddered. Right, that's a little depressing to say the least. Hope you found peace in the hereafter, Sarkia. Moving on. He quickly shuffled himself over, scanning his eyes more and more at the nameplates and epitaphs. None of them were relevant. Soon, Locke caught a glimpse of hope upon seeing the pocket where his predecessor's ashes once were, but quickly realized that the discovery was worth nothing. Just an empty, dusty pocket where the now missing urn once rested. This is a waste of time. Why the hell am I even here? Locke shouted in frustration. With a disgruntled sigh, he sat upon the floor with his back to the fifth wall, folding his arms and pouting at the ground. So much for all those prophecies that I never got to read or hear, he whined as if he were a small child. You know, maybe if I actually got to read what was supposed to happen, I'd be able to figure this out, but no, I can't read them, he mocked out of his frustration. If you're gonna give someone a destination, you could at least give him a map, Locke cried out to the ceiling, shaking his fist in his defeated rage. And then he saw something. His anger fled him as he blinked and peeled his eyes at the pattern. He stood up to get a closer look. It was some kind of pattern, a rune of sorts, and around the circumference was something inscribed in old Kalori dialect. He read the words aloud. Behold with eyes, indeed, spirit holds true, shall not. It was a strange, archaic manner of speaking, even for ancient forms of Kalori. He thought about it for a moment, reading it over again, slower this time, and tried to translate them into something that made sense. Indeed, behold with eyes? No. Shall not spirit holds true? No, that can't be right. So, what if I were to... Aha! He snapped his fingers as he deciphered the odd sentence structure. Shall not behold with eyes, indeed spirit holds true. So, do not see with eyes, see with spirit? Wait a minute. Spirit! Celestial sight! He exclaimed giddily as he solved the brief mystery. Unfortunately, there was one caveat. Celestial sight did not come easy in the clouded state he was in. The demonic magic from Kel'Thuzad still clung to him like an infected wound, obstructing his ability to use magic like a blockage in a pipeline. Difficult as it was to maintain even a basic spell and walk about with it, to use his celestial sight on command was another trial entirely, but something being difficult did not make it impossible. Locke remembered training to use spells in his first few days with Algoris, before Algoris realized how quickly he learned. He sat down on the floor with his legs crossed, just as he remembered those first few days, where they would spend hours meditating on simple spells that once came easy. Locke put what his master taught him to use. He closed his eyes and began his trance, slowly lapsing into a meditative state, shifting his outward focus inward, deeper, 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 until at last he found the essence of self and the wound Kel'Thuzad carved in it. Further than that was the wound's sky wreath carved in him. It hurt him to look upon it. No other words could describe it other than simple, pure hurt. He forced himself to look away, to instead bring forth the power flowing within him. But he couldn't. No matter how much he tried, he could not bring forth his celestial sight by his own will as he had so many times before. There was nothing he could do in his own power to bring back what he lost, no matter how hard he tried. The answer to why was one he already knew, one so humbling it lanced his heart and struck him out of his meditative trance and into conscious prayer to his Father above. I'm sorry, he muttered in confession, for not understanding. Sorry for my pride. Please forgive me, Father. Please heal me. He begged for the Creator with his hands clasped, for he was too weak to perform these powers. No, these gifts, for so long. These powers, the miracles he commanded, were never his in the first place, but permitted for him to use by the Creator above. All this time, he had been so focused on himself that he nearly forgot not just to believe, but to love the Creator. Please, my Father, help me now so that I may be there for those who need me. Aid me so that I may aid them. Then, like a ray of sunshine piercing through the clouds, a warmness comforted his soul, healing it just enough for him to see again through the eyes of spirit. Thank you, Father. Locke praised the Creator aloud. With the irises around his slit pupils glowing gold, he pulled back his eyelids and looked up at the rune upon the ceiling, where it too began to glow. A strange, shining white energy marked itself along the pattern, filling every groove, and he could read it. There was no spoken tongue to pronounce this language, but he understood it. Someone here was waiting for him. All of a sudden, there was a resonating clunk throughout the tomb, the vibration shaking dust from the walls, followed by the muffled sound of cranking gears churning beneath the floor. Locke looked left, right, and all around in fright of what was to come, but then there was a sound of stone sliding against stone from the center of the chamber, and the cranking halted. The silence ensuing once more, Locke stepped forward to investigate. He needed not the flame to see now, for there was something magical about what stood before him. A simple obsidian cup fixed atop a narrow pole. Cup? Locke questioned the object. Upon further investigation, he read a tiny inscription around its rim. Spirit beholds, truth proves the blood, favor divine. He read the rim of the cup. Using the same method he learned before, Locke deciphered the meaning of the ancient syntax. The spirit has divine favor, and blood will prove this. Oh dear, he gulped, realizing that this cup thirsted for his blood. Looking away out of squeamishness for harming himself, he held his right arm over the cup, then used the sharp tip of his left index finger to break the flesh over his wrist. He winced in the sting of the pain, for even though Clopathian's claw-like fingers were rather sharp at their tips, they were not sharp for clean, painless cuts. They were adapted for thrusting into spongy tree wood, not perforating flesh. Fortunately, it seemed the cup was quenched with a single drop of his black blood. As soon as he heard the thick, warm liquid splash inside, another loud clunk was heard. The gears churned once more, and the cup retracted back into the floor. A new sound then came from behind him, from the fifth wall. Locke turned about and watched as a divide formed itself around the section where his predecessor's ashes once were. A warm, somewhat dim light poured in from behind as the slab of stone slid open to reveal a doorway to a secret passageway. Without hesitation, Locke quickly paced within. A short, narrow hallway led him into a most strange, yet oddly comforting, small room. Magically glowing runes inscribed the pillars in the four corners of the room, and small braziers sat upon the floor, still burning even after thousands of years. But between the eternal flames lied a sacred artifact more awe-inspiring than all the power and magic he'd witnessed. There, on the floor in its final resting place, was his predecessor's sword, once thought lost in time forever, and yet here it was. The gleaming blade was exactly the same size and shape as his own, down to the very inch. Even the runes were the same. The differences between them were in their colors. Whereas the faithful sword had a black blade, a dark red hilt, and a blue gem socketed at the guard, the zealot's weapon had a pearly white blade, a hilt of silver, and a golden gem at the guard. Locke looked down at his own weapon at his hip, being ruined and cracked as if the blade itself were dead, and then looked upon the gleaming weapon before him. Knowing what he must do, Locke drew his weapon and sighed dismally. Goodbye, old friend, he mournfully said to the blackened tears, dropping it to the floor. He took a few steps forward before kneeling at the weapon of his predecessor, its runes glowing white instead of gold as he drew closer. It hungered for him, wanted to be with him. Yes, this was what he was brought here for. Overcome by awe for what powers the blade of the zealot contained, he fixed his hungry eyes upon the blade as he slowly reached for its hilt. But when he wrapped his hand around it, his heart sank into a pit of dread. The blade started to crack and crumble to dust. No, 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 no! Locta cried out in a sudden panic. Trying to grab the other parts of the sword only made things worse. Before he knew it, the whole sword crumbled into nothing more than a fine, pearly white powder upon the sand. No! Damn it! He slammed his fist into the dirt. This was his last chance, yet he squandered it like a fool. His eyes felt closed as he began to weep for his failure. No! Why? He bawled. Locta laid there, whimpering and groveling in a self-made failure for a few moments. But then he felt a soft breeze blow through the room. Wind? Here, so far from the outside? Locta wiped his eyes with a sniffle as the wind picked up, looking at the remains of the sacred artifact his clumsy hands destroyed. They too were swept up in the wind, and he watched with sorrowful eyes as they were carried up and away, but they did not scatter. Locta looked up and turned about to behold the whirlwind of dust swirling about in the air like a tornado. The particles began to glow white like tiny comets, circling faster and faster, brighter and brighter until Locta was forced to shield his eyes from the luminescence. Then, as the light dimmed to a tolerable level, he heard a voice that was not his own, yet at the same time was. Hello, Phantom. Good to see you. It's okay, Locta the Faithful. Don't be afraid, said the voice with a ghostly echo. Locta lowered his arms from his face and peered at the incorporeal, translucent figure standing before him. It was him. Well, not exactly him, but his predecessor, the Zealot. You! Me? The Zealot smirked and chuckled. I see you're just as confused as I was once upon a time. But I know you have little time for banter and catching up with your old self, so I'll jump straight to it. By you being here, it means you have tasted a sign of things to come, and that you know you are the Creator's son. The Faithful gulped and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I think. He looked away, shameful for being so clumsy before the ghost of the legend before him. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. Your mistakes are to be expected. It's what makes you different from myself and the repentant. Something both of us envied in a way. You're more of a mortal than any of us, and that's not a curse, but a blessing in ways you may not yet realize. There is wisdom and innocence that even the greatest intellectuals fail to grasp. The Zealot consoled him. Thanks, I guess. The Faithful shrugged and rolled his eyes. So why am I here then? Are you being metaphysical or straightforward? Asked the Zealot with his hands on his hips. The Faithful scratched his head and raised a confused brow. Both? Then I suppose I'll answer both then. The Zealot bore a clever smirk. The Zealot bore a clever smirk. You are here because I knew you. You are here because I knew you'd need to come here in the future. Unlike you, I had many powerful gifts in life. Among those was foresight. I knew the future, the important bits at least, and that you would come in a time when our people were at their worst. As the Clan Fayar probably already told you, I laid the groundwork for your coming both during and after the primordial conflicts. That device you carry? It's nothing sacred as whatever prophet living now probably thinks it is, but simply an old star map to this world. I told the first prophet, Loralos, that it was sacred just so they'd preserve it. He winked at the Faithful. What about the statue in the Cave of the Valley of Lost Light? The Faithful asked. Algoris told me you were obsessed with that angel. The Zealot held his finger up and tilted his head, pausing for a moment before speaking. That is something different. Well, at least halfway. I had it carved in the pose it is, frankly, just because it looked cool, but it does hold a deeper importance to you, me, all three of us? Whatever, you get the point. You're not as grandiose as I thought you'd be, the Faithful commented with a raised brow, his expectations undermined. The Zealot folded his ghostly arms. Like you're one to talk, Mr. Clumsy. Probably that fat tail of yours slowing you down. Ever consider going on a diet, Tubby? He snorted. Hey, I didn't have a choice in the changes to my rear appendage. The Faithful glanced over his shoulder and wiggled his tail. Having only 3 digits on each hand instead of 4 doesn't make things any easier either. He scoffed back in defense. Whatever, there's no sense in arguing with myself because I know how stubborn we both are. Rolling his eyes, the Zealot halted the conversation before it became too derailed. The point is, you're here because I have a warning to you. And in that warning is an answer to the more metaphysical side of why you are here. The Faithful tilted his head with concern. A warning? Yes. You know you are the son of the Creator now, but you don't know a thing about what it really means. It's not just a title, but is quite literal. We are, his son. stated the zealot. The faithful squinted at the zealot and furrowed his brow, shifting his eyes left and right before speaking. Still don't get it. So what? The zealot stepped closer to him with a look of surprise and shock. What do you mean you don't get it? The Creator is one and only, but also triune. Each of his aspects are manifested in us: repentance, zeal, and faith, the Spirit, the Father, and the Son. You, he jabbed his translucent finger at the faithful. Because he is one, this means that we are him, he instilled. Locke Felthmore, you are the Creator. At least, you will be. The faithful was nearly speechless at the implications, shuddering and taking a step back with a rapid shake of his head. No, that can't be right. It's absurd, he protested in denial. But it is. Think about it. No one can reach the Creator, but that doesn't matter because the Creator reaches down to others. How do you think he reaches down to them? It's through you, us. We are the Creator incarnate in mortal flesh, bringing forth his three natures into the universe over time until all three have fulfilled their task, and only then could he manifest in totality to save his most favored creations from the wages of sin. The zealot explained, the faithful growing more and more fearful with each sentence. What do you think your teacher meant when he said that the only way to save all mortal kind would be the blood of the Creator himself? The zealot continued on. The repentant was the first, granted powers beyond even mine, only to have them stripped away from him as a price for his abuse of such. From that day forward, he lived his life in penance for his sins. That was the first sacrifice. He held up one finger. The faithful shook his head in further denial, knowing already where this was going, but the zealot continued. Then came me, brought up in a time of war to punish the demonic onslaught our people face, showing no mercy to wherever sin showed itself. The price I paid was all that I had gained, tossing royalty away and fading into obscurity until my quiet death. He held up a second finger. The faithful backed away and stammered, No, no! And now, you, the zealot interrupted him. You are the faithful. You are the smallest in mind of all of us, the weakest in body, and surrounded by darkness wherever you look, with few allies at your side. Your strength, however, is your persistent conviction in the face of overwhelming adversity. And your sacrifice is being faithful to the bitter end. I'm sorry, faithful, but your time in this universe as you are is limited. Your faith will be put to the ultimate test soon. I'm going to die? The faithful clutched at his chest, looking at the zealot with eyes wide in fear. The zealot closed his eyes and nodded slowly. It is your duty as a savior. The savior. But what will happen then? What about all those who trust in me? What about my friends and the life I had ahead of me? The faithful started to panic, grabbing his ears and pulling them in distress, hyperventilating at his worst fears being revealed as truths. No, there's gotta be some other way. Algora said if I was quick enough, I could stop Keltethis before he... It's already too late for that. The zealot interrupted him. Even as we speak, he's already nearing the moments when he will gather those who do not believe out of ignorance or choice, and will turn them over to hell, said the zealot. This cycle has repeated many times before. The whole civilizations drag down to hell out of their own corruption, and the Clepathians are next on the list. That is where the Creator draws the line with you as his enforcer. The faithful gulped, confused and upset. But why us? I still don't get it. Because Clepathians, like the Clan Fayar, are one of the Sacred Seven. These 7 species throughout the universe, near and far, are those who are particularly prone to deadly sins, but have thus been chosen to also represent a heavenly virtue, said the zealot. If so much as one of them falls away, then the Creator's plans to purge evil clutching the universe will fail. By his own will, he cannot directly interfere with our free will, only suggest, in a way. As for why Clepathians out of the other 7, I do not know. Perhaps it has something to do with the sins plaguing us the most being pride, from which all other sins descend. But I don't want to die. Not yet. Don't I get a say in this? Asked the faithful. The angel I saw at Kelrosa, he said that if I have faith, then I will not die. The zealot blinked and tilted his head. Angel? He then remembered something. Ah, him, the subject of your earlier question I forgot to answer. I'll be straight with you. That was no angel. Hello, mysterious stranger. Then I was deceived? Asked the faithful with a gulp. No, far from it, in fact. He's not an angel, more than an angel, and you already know him in ways you have yet to realize, said the zealot with a smug, knowing grin. That is beside the point. But the being told no lies. He who loves their life loses it, you know this is true, but do you understand it? Do you love your worldly possessions so much that you are unwilling to give them up for something greater? He who loves truth, loves the Creator, will not die. The Creator is life, sin is death. By law, the Creator cannot die, therefore those within him will not. The faithful pondered his words. I think I see where you're going with this. The zealot nodded. However, the flesh can die. Mortals can die. Imagine if you were on a starship with no means of escape, and there was a deadly disease on board which could only be eradicated by flying straight into a star. By doing so, you would be sacrificing your life, but forever saving others from potential devastation in doing so. I would be killing death itself, the faithful whispered in revelation. When the time comes, Locke the Faithful, you will taste the full terror of sin. You will take the very essence of evil and death upon you, but your divine spirit will murder it in its own domain forever, because sin holds no dominion over the Creator, concluded the zealot. It is a task greater than any feat, victory, or accolade myself or the repentant have ever accomplished. All that we've done is nothing to this. By defeating sin, death will not hold you nor any other who has faith in this absolution. This is your task, faithful, because only one with faith as great as yours could stare upon death itself and believe in a new dawn. The faithful took a deep, slow breath, closing his eyes and swallowing before opening them, gazing at the ground. I see now. I understand why it was all kept secret from me. Had I known earlier, I probably would have ran like a coward. Hagoras was right. I will learn through time, and he was also right that I would never be ready. The zealot reached forth and placed his ghostly hand on the faithful's shoulder. Not as you are, as he would also say. Believe in the Creator. Believe in salvation. Believe in life. Your story is not over yet. You will see. I suppose I will. But there is one more thing. What about my people, those who follow me? The faithful asked. Who will lead them in my absence, to keep them from going astray like the UCS did? The King of all kings who reigns eternal. The Creator will guide them in their new holy nation forever, where they will serve as a beacon of truth and guiding light to all others left in despair from their sins, said the zealot. Before the ashes comes the flame, and from the hottest flames comes the strongest steel. Their trial by fire will shape them stronger than any before them, all because of you inspiring them by being one of them. The faithful nodded slowly and bit his lips. You promise? I solemnly swear, said the zealot. Then, so be it. The faithful gulped and stood straight. I accept my destiny. I accept my sacrifice. The zealot nodded with a proud smile, turning around and walking over to pick up Locke's sword. Of course, just because you are to sacrifice yourself doesn't mean you are to go down without a fight. The Creator is no pacifist. For this, you will need a weapon, a sanctified blade to sever sin from souls as easily as it does flesh from bone. It is not to be a weapon of anger or raw power like your blade once was, but an instrument of justice, a weapon to demonstrate the necessity of force when all else fails. There is one third, minor reason why I also brought you here, and it is that your blade, being composed partly of my ashes, is of no coincidence, he said with a knowing smirk. The faithful did not understand until the zealot held the ruined blade downward, raising the hilt above and speaking to him one last time. Goodbye, Locke the Faithful. At least, for now. We will meet again soon. Before the faithful could question what was happening, a bright light emanated from the zealot, sending Locke falling backwards from the sheer power. Rubbing his eyes as he opened them, he thought he was blind for a moment until he saw something floating in the now pitch-dark room. The runes upon the walls and braziers were extinguished. The zealot's ghost was nowhere to be found. All that remained was Locke the Faithful, and the blackened tears floating in midair before him. The runes glowed permanently now. An aura of light outlined its silhouette, and it gleamed without flaw. Locta reached out to grab the hilt, and as soon as he did, the walls began crumbling away around him. He thought the tomb was collapsing, but the walls and ceiling pulverized to harmless dust carried away by the wind to reveal that he was back outside. He could smell the air, feel the wind, hear the birds. Even off in the distance, he could see his ship awaiting him. Locta turned and looked behind him at the entrance of the tomb and saw that it had been sealed off, that it had sealed itself permanently. There was no door, not even a marking for the entrance, but a mere gateway leading nowhere, forever sealing off the tomb and all the mysteries lying within. Locta looked up at the statue of the eighth, nameless angel with the sword and shield, and his fur stood on end. The angel's eyes, once closed, were now open, staring straight down upon him. Of course, Locta knew now that this was no angel. Whoever he was, whatever he was, Locta felt that he'd meet him quite soon. He looked down at the blackened tears in his hand, its power surging through him stronger than it ever had before, restoring his flesh and even mending his armor to peak condition. This was no longer a blade forged by mortal means, but as if it were directly from the heavens themselves. His spirit, too, was no longer hazy and weak, but he didn't feel bold, rather a sense of tranquility as he walked back to his ship. Locta was oddly at peace with himself now as he came to terms with his own death, that there was nothing to fear from death so long as he had faith. In fact, now he sought death not out of misery as so long ago, but out of retribution. It was time to meet this death on the battlefield, and when it came for him, this time he would be ready. Locta took off from the irradiated world, leaving it behind, without looking back, only forward. He opened a warp portal back to Purgatory, and when he arrived over the green world, he opened a communications line to Algoris' estate and spoke plainly. Get Algoris. Tell him to rally the faithful in the valley for me. If he asks why, tell him that the time has come for the steel to be tempered by the flame. Alright, that's the end of chapter 12. Take a bit of a stretch here. I hope you guys are enjoying this so far. So, that chapter, Locta meets the ghost of his past self. They have a bit of a conversation and a bit of a revelation of things to come. And his sword is mended from how wounded it and he was, and his strength restored, now more powerful than ever. And now the time soon comes for terrible things. Could you turn the mic audio up a bit? Oh, sure, absolutely. Let me just do this a little bit. How's that? Is that good? Is that too much, too high, too low? I don't want it to peak too hard if I get loud or anything. All right. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Chapter 13. Wages of Sin. The gray clouds hung low in the skies over Chelor, washing out the color over the northern city visible from Kal Tethys' office. Today, for the first time in thousands of years, the lights of that urban sprawl went dark. Few ships and sky cars stirred between, limited only to security vehicles scouring the towers mile by mile to ensure that no one would miss his call. Not since the UCS arose from the ashes of a fallen empire had such emergency powers been evoked by the first senator. Not until today. The time was near, Kal Tethys knew, when he would be called to fill his end of the bargain. That day was today, and he gave the order to rally every citizen of the UCS, able-bodied or not, to hear his call to emergency action. It was a power he could evoke only in wartime, and after the Battle of Purgatory and his plans to personally deal with Locta both failed, it was the perfect opportunity. What the people did not know, as they gathered, was that Kal Tethys was not going to merely draft them into an army. No, he was not so blunt or crude. After all, Kal Tethys, like the man before him, was a man of his word. The subtle mechanical hiss of the door behind him sliding open interrupted the silence of his office. He felt a familiar, powerful presence enter. "Your subordinates tell me the people are nearly ready to hear you, Keltethis," said Sulthrasa. "The last on the outskirt worlds are being escorted as we speak." "Excellent. Hopefully there won't be any unfortunate accidents like there was last time." Keltethis swiveled his chair around and glared at Sulthrasa, the warrior's flesh lacerated and burnt. "Make no mistake, if you have such a little slip-up again, I won't need to make sure your punishment is worse, because our enemies will do it for us." Sulthrasa looked down and away with shame in his dark eyes. "I will not let it happen again. I don't know how he got through." "Oh, I know you won't, because if you do, it'll mean the end of both of us." Keltethis stood up and walked towards Sulthrasa with his hands behind his back. "Our enemies gather and will launch their attack soon. Pathetic as they may be, I know better than to underestimate them now, which is why I'm pulling out all the stops." "Do you fear them?" Sulthrasa asked with a curious tilt of his head. Keltethis paused and glared at Sulthrasa. "I do not fear them so much as I fear what our mutual allies on the other side will do to us if we fail. I'm sure you know firsthand what will happen, don't you?" "Of course, which is why we will not," Sulthrasa said, looking away from Keltethis' eye. Keltethis stared at him with a discerning gaze. "Just remember where your true loyalties lie. You belong to me, Sulthrasa. Do not forget that." "My loyalties have always been to the throne, Emperor," replied Sulthrasa, turning and gesturing Keltethis towards the hallway leading out of the office. Keltethis said nothing, glaring at him for another moment before walking forward. He still could not tell for certain where Sulthrasa placed his loyalties. His allies on the other side may have trusted him, promised Keltethis that Sulthrasa's power would be his, but Keltethis found their word more and more difficult to trust. Keltethis wondered if he was being played a fool, especially after his supposed accident on Kelros's moon. Perhaps it was a test to see just how far he was willing to bend. One thing Keltethis hoped his allies understood was that his promise would remain unfulfilled until he had what he wanted. He would not be their puppet, their tool in whatever grand scheme they had, for he had fought and sacrificed not out of pursuit of power, but for his people. Keltethis, Skyreath, had always striven for the better of his people, but their means in doing so differed. If fixing them meant exploiting their own carnal, greeding, wrathful, and lustful behavior against themselves, then that was what he would do. The soft, easily pushed around, naive Skyreath was no more. This was the reign of Keltethis. Yet, even after all he had done, the memory of the name he once carried bounced around in the back of his mind like a persistent itch. It refused to go away. Who he once was, no matter how hard he tried to kill that past self, refused to go away. The punishment he inflicted upon Sulthrasa was a reflection of this, for Keltethis believed by killing Lagta, by killing his son, so too would the final death of Skyreath be his. So long as Lagta existed, so too did Skyreath live on deep within him. So too did the painful burden of love from father to son burn him. For that reason, Keltethis could not fight him. It was a battle he knew he could not win, but he did not fight alone. Keltethis had reason to doubt Sulthrasa as well, but what he did not doubt was the power of his allies, the unquestionable loyalty his people would soon have for him. He and Sulthrasa walked through the corridors of the Capitol building until they neared the door to the main lobby. Keltethis paused and turned towards Sulthrasa. "Stay out of sight until all is done." "I will be your vigilant shadow, Emperor," said Sulthrasa with an old imperial salute. "Soon all will address me as you do. Depart from me until the deed is done," commanded Keltethis, pulling his fingers to pop his knuckles in a nervous habit. Sulthrasa gave a quick nod and walked off, having to keep his unsightly, demonic appearance secret from public eye. Even now, most of the UCS population was entirely ignorant of what Keltethis planned for them as he walked out into the main lobby. Lagta, the exodus of the faithful, the sacking of the mystic temples, the true purpose of the phony war against the Clan Fiar. None of these people knew the true war that had been going on in the shadows all this time. They would see the shadows soon enough. Keltethis walked out into the main lobby, and already he could hear the cacophony from the massive crowd out front of the Capitol building. He opened the front doors and began up a set of stairs to a tall stand erected for him to deliver his words, camera flashes flickering like lightning from all directions, broadcasting drones hovering near him, transmitting his message to every UCS planet. From one end of the galaxy to the other, all in this dying nation would hear him. Upon reaching the top of the platform of the stand, he beheld the cheering sea of Clepathians spanning below him, from Glory Street to beyond the horizon line. The entire population of Chelor was here, just as the populations of other worlds gathered around holographic projections of him, hovering skyships drifted in the air, broadcasting him as well. All of this power, and all he had to do was reach out and take it. It was not for vanity, but for greatness. Leaning towards the microphone, Keltethis began the words to kill a nation. Our nation. Our beautiful nation. It brings me no joy to say that it hangs on the brink, he began, the crowd tapering into a dead silence. For over a year and a half now, we have been locked in a war our peace-loving nation was ill prepared for. I, like all of you, wish to preserve this peace. But so long as those despicable Clonfeyar lurk like knives in the dark, there can be no peace. That is why I have summoned all in the UCS to hear what I have to say, because once I am done, I have little doubt that each and every one of you here, men, women, and children alike, will be the instrument of bringing back this peace that we, once enjoyed. Keltethis glanced up at the rooftops of one of the taller buildings in the distance, seeing the distant silhouette of Silthrasa observing from afar before continuing his ripening of the harvest below him. Make no mistake, this is a call to action, for each of us to take a stand for what we love. What is it about peace that we love? It is a question we must all ask. The peace stood unbroken for 25,000 years, and in that time our nation has prospered in ways perhaps no other civilization in the whole universe has. These aliens, these Clonfeyar, what feats do they hold in comparison to us? What do they compare to the Clepathians, who staked our rightful claim upon this whole galaxy? We drove out those who opposed us, defended against those who oppressed us, and who's to say there is anyone in the universe who can stop us? He appealed to their pride, rallying a cry of cheers and applause from the crowd below. However, though the seed was planted, it could not yet grow without water, soil, and sun. Keltethis was not finished. And now these fiends seek to bring an end to the fruits of our ancestors' labor. They seek to bring an end to the infinite paradise we have made for ourselves. No longer do we struggle to satisfy our wants. An endless, plentiful bounty is ours to consume and indulge in forever. And they wish to take this from us. Are you going to let them take all of our splendors and wealth away? No, of course you won't. He stirred their lust, sloth, and gluttony. The way I see it, we have every right to live the easy lives we have. But what of a peaceful resolution, you might be asking? Why don't we just use our nation's nigh infinite wealth and give them whatever they want? That, my comrades, is where they and us differ. You see, the blind fools do not see the sights before them for the value that we do. They do not understand the reality that this universe is all we have, placing their faith in some primitive religion. Do any of you see a creator? Do you hear him? Can you reach out and touch him? Of course you cannot, because you are not fools. The crowd cheered and applauded again, as Keltethis affirmed their own greed and materialism. We are the united Clepathian systems. We will not obey false gods, but ourselves. Keltethis led them on further, a distant thunder rolling in the sky over their cheers as the clouds began to darken. So tell me then, who do you fight for? Us, the crowd cried back, too blinded by their own sins to see the clouds dark as iron loom overhead. Do you love some faceless, nameless, invisible god, or do you love that which you can hold, taste, and see? Do you love the UCS for all that it stands for? Keltethis cried out, the passion from his lying tongue betraying the malice within. Do you love what is real? Yes, the crowd cried out. All the while, Silthrasa kept his watch over them from afar in the distance, crouching down at the edge of a towering office building's roof high out of sight. The shadows of the black clouds continued to roll over as the Clepathians rolled with them. That he sensed Krepto's despair, he sensed Krepto's despair, his regret, and his sorrow. If Krepto's eyes were his to command again, they would be weeping. And now you see the cycle finally ending, quietly said Silthrasa, knowing Krepto could hear him within. So many civilizations followed this path long before us, building themselves up into unity through common adversity, and only when it can bear no more the weight do they realize that the castle was built upon sand. Behold the death of our civilization, just as countless more have fallen before it. The manner which Sulthrasa spoke sobered Krepto. It was not one of pride or accomplishment, but a mournful lament. If you don't want this to happen, then why don't you stop it? There is still time. No, there is no stopping it. The UCS will die its long overdue death today, but whether a new phoenix will rise from its ashes or not remains to be seen. Sulthrasa shook his head. It is my task to ensure it does not. And you'd follow the will of your demonic masters over your own people? I'm beginning to see why Locke's predecessor killed you. Krepto snarled in disgust. Sulthrasa's upper lip twitched in anger. I'd be careful with what stones you throw in the glass house we share, Krepto. You and I aren't so different. We are both bound by our loyalties, sometimes to our detriment. The time will soon be upon both of us to see whether we were right to betray him. And if he proves you wrong again? Krepto questioned him further as the thundering grew louder and more frightening with Kelteth's speech. With the first crack of strange red lightning bolting from the clouds, Sulthrasa stood up and extended his sickly styluses. He won't. He stared down at the crowd in the streets below, and Krepto saw through the eyes that were no longer his. And Krepto saw through the eyes that were no longer his, the tsunami of fear crashing over all below. Otherworldly red lightning split the dark sky by the second, with more and more looking up in a confused sense of impending doom. But it wasn't enough. Their fear of going against the consensus was like a puppet too afraid to cut the strings, making him dance, and now their puppet master led them into the fire earned by their own sins. Keltethis raised his hands after having sprouted the tree of sin from the seeds of pride within them. The harvest was ripe, his allies hungered. Keltethis merely snapped his fingers in both hands, and all of a sudden the ground quaked. The building Krepto and Sulthrasa stood upon started to crack and crumbled, but Sulthrasa did not move or even blink. He forced Krepto to watch, and as Krepto did, he felt a faint sense of remorse that was not his to own. It was clear now that Sulthrasa was showing him these things not to torment him, but to warn him. In another flash of lightning striking into the crowd, the quaking ground started to split open, and fire spewed up from the cracks. Panic screams of terror ensued as masses scrambled in all directions, but there was nowhere to run, for their ignorant hatred against all that was holy was like a beacon for the devils to follow. Dark, horrific creatures of shadow arose like smoke from flames, swarming like locusts through the air in numbers exact to those who fled them. Krepto watched on in horror as he witnessed these demons with his own eyes, pursuing those fleeing, hiding and screaming for their lives, siphoning themselves into them. It was the same terrible agony Krepto experienced when Sulthrasa possessed him, but on a scale of trillions all across the galaxy. When the demons siphoned themselves into an individual, they fell over weakened from the pain as their wicked flesh and weak spirit was forced to submit, convulsing and vomiting blood. They froze as if dead for a few seconds before standing up again, eyes ablaze with hellish flame, and marched like machines back towards Keltethis, while those still fleeing in vain rushed past them. By hundreds, thousands even, each were possessed by these fiends from hell. No man, woman, nor child, not even the sick or disabled, whose ailed bodies were broken back into place to serve their new masters, were spared. With the last scream silenced, it was as if all life on Chelor died. The skyships hung in the air aimlessly adrift at the mercy of the wind. The wind blew hot, with the city below catching fire from the unholy flames and lightning. All that was left to speak before Keltethis now was smoke and ashes. Gray ashes. After the deed was finally done, Keltethis stood at his stand for a moment, looking into the countless sea of flaming eyes staring up at him. They did not blink, did not twitch, and stood in perfect formation. All of them were his own, or all of them were his to own, his to rule. He heard the sound of large wings flapping quick through the air from overhead, jumping in fear at the sound until he realized it was only Sulthrasa joining him at his side. Sulthrasa made note of his startled fear. Apologies for disturbing you, Emperor. No apologies necessary, Keltethis said quickly, looking around with an air of discomfort about his movements. Is there something troubling you? Solthrasa questioned him. Keltethis swallowed and shook his head quickly, keeping his eye upon his new people. No, there is nothing wrong. I am just tired after such exertion. He dodged the question. Solthrasa eyed him skeptically as Keltethis looked up into the air. The black clouds pulled back into a foggy gray overcast, and down from the sky fell gray ashes like snow. Keltethis held out his hand, letting a few ashes from the burning city fall into his palm. Staring at it, it was difficult for Solthrasa to see his true feelings with his face concealed behind a mask, but he already knew well the mix of awe and sense of impending dread he felt. It was the same feeling he too once felt when witnessing such dark power. I've got to go prepare. Keltethis excused himself with an out-of-character stutter. It wasn't like Keltethis to stutter, but it was a common trait of Skyreath. He quickly turned, leaving the platform and Solthrasa behind him as he paced hastily back into the safety of the Capitol building. Not so much as looking back, he kept walking, making way for his office with a storm of thoughts and emotions surging in every direction through his mind. One question screamed over them all. Did he fail? The ashes, the ruined city. He remembered all of it from the vision Pride showed him years ago. It didn't make any sense. Keltethis, Skyreath, it didn't matter. He did everything that was asked of him, yet the future he dreaded the most was unveiling itself right before his eyes. After taking the elevator back up to the floor where his office resided, he rushed through the doors and collapsed in the chair. Keltethis tore off his mask and cast it aside, putting his elbows on the desk and cradling his head in his hands as he wrestled with his confusion and his regret. Regret. It was something he had not felt in so long, yet it called back to him with a distant familiarity, and following it came a surge of other memories and emotions he had tried so hard to bury. His sorrow, his fear, his hope, and his love. Love. All that he was doing. He thought it was out of love. But now, as the whole of Chelor's massive city and thousands of other worlds were spilled over with ashes without an echo, he realized it was the flame of hate which created them. And then there was the matter of his son. His boy. His pride and joy. All grown up. Without him. An epoch of time wasted because of his hatred and fear. Now the son he once fathered moved against him as something greater than he ever anticipated. He, Skyreath Felthmore, looked to the mask of Keltethis in the corner of the office. He stood up as he stared at it, closing his eyes and shedding a tear of sorrow. No, he was a father to Locta no longer. He did not deserve him. Skyreath walked over to the mask, stooping down to pick it up off the floor. His tears fell upon its interior as he fixed it back into place. The only thing he deserved now was the grave he made for himself. It was now that he realized that Skyreath Felthmore never died no matter how much he wanted to kill him, but that Skyreath Felthmore was a coward. He had worn the mask of Keltethis so long that it became a face, veiling the spiteful and bitter coward beneath that was Skyreath. They were one and the same. Keltethis looked out over the empty northern city, ashes falling like snow upon it, and took a deep breath in preparation for what came. He is coming for you, a familiar voice came from behind, stirring a disharmony of both hatred and comfort within him. I know, said Keltethis with a nod. The source of the voice stepped beside him, that robed demon masquerading as a Clepathian he knew as Pride. And if you show him mercy, know that I will show you none. Keltethis gulped and closed his eyes. I know, he whispered again. Keltethis will be as he always was, a shell of hate. And what of the man you've tortured within? Asked Pride, looking to his right at Keltethis. Keltethis slowly turned his head left to look upon the liar. A slave to Pride. Without a word, movement, nor sound, Pride disappeared in a cloud of black smoke, leaving Keltethis and Skyreath alone as one. In his eyes staring over Northern City was fear, malice, regret, and, coalescing in a single tear rolling down his cheek, hope. Alright, it's the end of chapter 13. taking Kel'Thuz's perspective there. Uh, Basically, what happens there is the worst to come. He took all the unfaithful and ignorant Copathians, rallied them, used their own sin against them, and now pretty much every single Copathian except the faithful that Lokta rallied, has been possessed by demons and turned into his eternal servant in a sense. Trillions and trillions. It's like an unholy rapture of sorts. And now Kel'Thuz, or Skyreath rather, both one and the same, are feeling a bit of regret for what they're doing, but now it's too late. And of course, the gray ashes falling over Chelor is very reminiscent of what he saw in the vision Pride first showed him all the way back in chapter 4 and 5. Hope y'all are enjoying the story so far. We've only got 2 chapters to go. Well, 2 chapters and an epilogue, so we're very close to the ending here. I may have to take a break here soon as well, because bathroom is calling me. But we'll see. Chapter 14, Kingdom Come. Hope. It was all they had. It would have seemed to the untrained eye. Or hope. It was all they had, it would have seemed to the untrained eye. Lokta looked over them from atop one of the supercarriers landed in the valley, the Dragon's Teeth. Like the ship he stood upon was a planetary peacekeeping model, not built for war like those plentiful in the UCS. The people amassing in the valley around him were hardly warriors. Both mind and body were strengthened by the trials placed upon them by Lokta and Algoris, but they had yet to be tested by war. Lokta knew he was no warrior either, not after all he experienced, but despite this and the unprepared innocence all those around him, he did not fear nor worry, for they did not ride upon hope alone. He was Lokta the Faithful, and those around him reflected him in a way he saw clearly now. Hope could not save them. Faith would. As soon as he heard another crawling up from the access hatch behind him, he need not look back, for he already knew who it was just by the sound of his stiff and careful steps against the metallic hull, or sound of his staff and careful steps against the metallic hull. Algoris? An old man like you shouldn't be climbing up access ladders, said Lokta, still facing forward across the conical bow of the great vessel. Once upon a time, I would have said a young man like you had no business going on dangerous adventures. But that didn't stop you, did it? Algoris chuckled as he joined Lokta's side, looking all around as the crowd still gathered, and then focusing on the glowing, renewed weapon at Lokta's hip. No, I suppose it didn't. Student learns from master, master learns from student. Lokta looked down at Algoris at his right with a grin. Algoris looked up at Lokta and smiled warmly. It goes without saying, but consider it a confession of sorts, when I say there are no words to describe how proud I am of you. But you just did describe it in words, Lokta joked, folding his arms. Algoris laughed and rolled his eyes. No. I'm serious, Lokta. His expression then sunk into sincerity. You've surpassed all my expectations by light years. I thought it would take at least a year or 2 before you finally grew into the savior you are. And yet here you are. He gulped and looked away, puzzled and somewhat disappointed. At times, I wonder if I was even necessary beyond that initial push. Lokta's expression softened to sympathy, his tail relaxing as his eyes opened further. He knelt down to be at eye level with the old Clan Vear, putting his hand upon his shoulder. Algoris, don't say that. You've taught me so much, more than you give yourself credit for. You may think that it was actions alone which taught me, and I'm not going to say that they taught me little, but I will say I've learned things from you no experiences could ever teach. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here. You've humbled me when I was arrogant, uplifted me when I was down, gave me direction when I was lost. You are, and always will be, my teacher, but more than that, he wrapped his arm over the shoulder of Algoris, looking him in the eyes and pulling him close. You'll always be my friend. And all my life, so far, few have I regarded as such. With a sudden smile of joy, Algoris wrapped his arms around Lokta. I wish I were younger, so I could join alongside you. But I am far too old and weak. He released Lokta and looked a step back. Lokta looked up, continuing to look down at him. Not too old for the celebration to follow, I hope, he said, not telling of the things he heard in the tomb. Algoris, however, already knew what was to come. He turned away, hiding his face, and looked as he looked down at the hull beneath his stubby clawed feet. Don't worry about that. I know you already have enough to worry about, he said dismally. Locke swallowed, his eyes drifting down, but then he closed them and shook his head defiantly. Even if I cease to persist in flesh, you know as well as I do that I will always be here in other ways. Perhaps, but we mortals are more than just spirit, more than just flesh. We are both. It is difficult not to doubt sometimes. It's difficult to say goodbye, Algoris said with his lips beginning to quiver. Locke shook his head. Algoris, you don't know for certain if I really will Don't mistake, or don't make an old man a promise you cannot guarantee. Algoris looked sharply over his shoulder, his watery eyes like a dagger straight into Locke's soul. I will be here, and I will pray for you without ceasing until either you return, or until the last of what little time I have left. We Clonfear don't live forever. It won't be long for me now. Creator's blessings, my friend. The old heartbroken Clonfear sulked his way back into the access hatch, departing down within the ship and out of sight as Locke walked speechlessly. It were times like now when reality felt so unfair, but after all he learned on this all-too-brief adventure, confirmed by his visit with the zealot in the tomb, Locke understood the necessity of the hardships waiting for him. But he was not alone in facing them. He turned back around, looking down over the bow of the ship to see the last of those faithful to the Creator gathering around. Like their silvery armor for the coming battle reflected the shining midday sun, they reflected not just the spirit they looked upon, but the man as well. When Locke saw hope and respect in their eyes, be it Clepathian or Clonfear, be it man or woman, the hard choice became suddenly so easy to make. His sacrifices always were, was, and would be for them, his people. Locke looked down for a moment at the hilt of his sword at his hip, nodding as if it were his living companion, and then gazed out to the many gathered before him. With all present at last, he cleared his throat and spoke to his family. My followers, my disciples, my friends, you have all gathered here, many of you probably expecting a bold and grandiose speech of impending victory and glory. If that's what you have come for, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it is better to be disappointed than deceived, as we all know the dangers that comes of pride and deception. He began speaking firm, loud, and clear. I'm to be perfectly clear with you all when I say that what lies ahead of us all will be painful. You've all read the words or heard them from your elders, foretelling of the great judgment that will come. Those found unworthy will be cast into the outer darkness, while those who are to the Lord above will not know death. For the Clepathians and the Clonfear, the hour of that judgment has come as it has to many a galaxy before ours. Where they were found wanting, we are different. We fight not for ourselves, not for any flag, soil, or material, but for light and truth. Yes, there will be suffering, there will be bleeding, as the fires of war test us, but all of us here know that sometimes suffering can be a gift. Sometimes truth can be so beautiful that it burns the untruths lying within all of us, chasing away the shadows with its holy flame. It is us who will wield that truth. Locke unsheathed his sword, holding it out and down at his side for a moment. Locke began pacing left and right atop the ship's hull, clenching his left fist out before him as he emphasized his words. We will pass through the fires that those of sin cannot, and through this flame we will be forged anew. These are the fires of truth, burning hotter than any flame in the whole of all existence, and it is through the hottest flames which the strongest blades and toughest shields are crafted. He halted his pacing and pointed his sword down at the crowd all around him. You! All of you! You are the blade and the shield. You are not warriors out of conquest, but missionaries sent to the light to be lights shining brighter than all the stars in the universe. You are more than fighters at arms. You are crusaders. This war we fight is a holy war, a war that's been raging on since before time ticked its first second, before the first angel in heaven drew their divine breaths. It is a crusade, an eternal crusade, and now our adversaries seek to bring an unending nightfall upon this universe and life we have been blessed with. They wish to bring this crusade to our home, not just in spirit, but in flesh as well. They wish to bring darkness to every galaxy, every sun, and every candle in every home. They wish to close their fangs around the necks of our loved ones, bring fire into our lands, and subdue us all under a reign of sin and despair. Suffering can be divine, but despair holds no home in the heart of the Creator. And the Creator stands with us. Where do you stand? With the Creator, many cried out with their fists in the air. That is right. We stand not with the UCS, neither with the Clonfeyar oligarchy, but with the Creator and all his holy hatred, all his divine love. No matter what species, what differences exist in our flesh as the Creator intended, it is in our spirits where we are all unified. By a common faith against a common foe, I hereby declare this a rallying creed to us, all of us, both present and future, that from this moment forward we carry a new banner. We are a new nation, a holy nation, a truthful nation, and in that we forge ourselves anew. We are one holy nation of truth. Lokta thrust his sword into the sky, thousands of others following with their own blades, be it Clonfeyar or Clepathian. Lokta harnessed a ray of light in his other hand. And this holy nation will be forged through light and truth, and from light and truth we will reign upon our enemies in a storm of fire and steel. We will not squander what makes us unique and beautiful. We will uphold that which is holy and true in all of us, for it is our purpose, be it as Clepathian, a Clonfeyar, or any other sentient in the universe who takes up the cross of the blade alongside us. We are one in faith, brothers and sisters in arms, but many and infinitely beautiful together. We know truth, we know light, we know true love, we know righteous hatred, and soon we will know salvation. Rise up, crusaders of the holy nation of truth. Our heavenly kingdom has come at last. He concluded his speech with a shower of holy light blessing all around him. A roaring cheer of triumph and eager battle cries blasted him with all the vigor and might of 1,000 armies. From back to front, they all began chanting Lokta's own phrase back at him. Light and truth, fire and steel. Light and truth, fire and steel. Lokta lowered his blade, looking around in awe as they hailed to him, cheered at him, chanted upon him. The inspiration, the vigor, the anxiousness, it was almost overwhelming. Then take up the cross of war and follow me. He shouted a final cry, turning about to walk back towards the access hatch leading down into the supercarrier. However, before he stepped inside, the corner of his eyes caught a glimpse of a single, elderly Clonfeyar sulking away in the far-off distance to the valley. The only one upon the green disillusion to the horrors which truly lied ahead. He swallowed his fears in an attempt to undo the knot in his gut. He dared not show such feelings now. His people needed him, and it was his task as their savior to put himself aside for their needs. They needed bravery now, thus he needed to show it. Descending back into the corridors of the supercarrier, closing the airlock behind him, he could already hear the ship's systems powering on as its crewmen boarded and rushed to their stations. From outside came the muffled growls and roars of many other ships preparing to take off without hesitation. They knew this time would come for months now, operating like a well-oiled machine. Soldier and crewman alike saluted him as they passed by in the corridors, but quickly returned to their duties without hesitation. Lokta's eyes fixed forward with a furrowed brow, his ears stiff and his tail low and steady. Lokta's focus was straight and narrow as the path of faith itself. Lokta made a beeline for the bridge, not running, but with quick and determined steps thumping upon the metal flooring beneath him. He stepped inside one of the many intership elevators, entered the commands to take him to the bridge, and a few seconds later the doors hissed open to reveal the bridge of the supercarrier outstretched before him. He could see through the wide crescent-shaped view screen that they were already ascending through the atmosphere, but he did not come here for a tour. The captain of the ship heard him approaching as expected and stood up in sharp salute. "Commander on deck!" shouted the captain of the Dragon's Teeth, the bridge of the crew instantly snapping into salute as well. "Get back to your station. There's no time for formalities." Lokta dismissed their salutes with a wave of his hand, and then looking towards the captain. "Captain, have all the retrofits been made? Any last-minute preparations before we make the jump to Chelor?" The Clepathian captain shrugged and sighed. "We weren't able to install the rear shielding upgrades, unfortunately, but weapons and hull are ready as they can be. The other supercarriers are much the same, and all civilian ships have been augmented with weaponry and protection to be as battle-ready as possible. Guess that's as good as it's gonna get." Lokta nodded and looked towards the hologram table to his right, displaying a flickering formation of all the ships and their small, ill-equipped fleet. "So what's the plan, then?" the captain asked, seeming to break Locke's thoughts. Locke eyed up at him. The captain knew he was going to say something none of them would like. That depends on how far you're willing to follow me into hell itself. The captain looked over his shoulder at the bridge crew, then back at Locke with his hands behind his back and posture straight. As far as the Creator permits, he said. Then listen closely, because you, being among the most experienced here, will have to relay this information to everyone. Yes, everyone. Locke tapped his clawed finger down onto the table, making himself perfectly clear to the captain. The captain's ears perked up, his slender tail swished left and right, ready to hear what Locke had to say. Locke tapped the few buttons on the table's interface, changing the display to Chelor with several UCS supercarriers around it. He then brought up the display of their current fleet and began to speak. We will divide our forces into two groups. Groups A will be comprised of the most battle-worthy space vessels, while Group B will be comprised entirely of our invasion force. Our ultimate objective is to secure a landing upon Chelor's surface. Easier said than done. They'll probably outnumber our ships at least 100 to 1, said the captain. Locke nodded. I know, but the sooner we get our forces on the ground and away from the chaos in space, the better. Group A will arrange themselves in a formation around Group B, forming a kind of defensive capsule until the planetary environmental shielding has breached from a volley of sonic torpedoes. After that, like a needle injecting its contents, Group B will begin their descent directly towards Inner City, where we will make haste towards the Capitol building and take out Keltethis. With our small numbers, speed and precision are paramount. He stood up straight and looked at the captain, closing his hand into a fist, like a falling guillotine. We will be swift and sharp. Cut off the head, and the body falls. I see, the captain rubbed his chin. And when your forces land, what is Group A to do then? Locke hesitated, looking down at the table, then back at the captain. Take your forces and flee. Excuse me, what? The captain shook his head and blinked rapidly in disbelief. You heard me. Once we're on the ground, flee as far and fast as you can, Locke repeated himself. The captain scoffed at the idea. Wait, you're saying you're going on the ground? What if you need support or rescue? In the event that we need either, then we will have already failed in a way we cannot recover. Any efforts to ease the sting of defeat would just be prolonging an inevitable doom, Locke stated clearly, leaning with both hands on the lip of the table. He took a deep breath and sighed. As I've warned you many times before, it's all or nothing. We either succeed against the darkness and purchase a new dawn for the whole universe at our tiny corner of it here in the Blazing Sun Galaxy, or we fail and plunge all that the Creator has given us into a grueling march towards eternal darkness until the last star ceases to burn. These demons, these eternal adversaries of the light, have been on this same warpath before, and all who have tried to stop them through conventional means have failed. We don't have much in the way of conventional means, but we do have one thing all who have fallen before us forsake, the Creator. It's not us, mortals, who draw the line now, but the Creator. But I thought you weren't immortal like But I thought you weren't immortal like us. I thought you were something more, said the captain with a curious tilt of his head. Locke nodded. In some ways, I am more than mortal, he sighed, standing up and turning away. In some ways, I'm less than mortal. You'll see. He then looked over his shoulder back at the captain. We'll be making the leap through the warp portal to Chelor soon. I'm going to get to my ship. You know what to do when we arrive. Of course, Savior. The captain bowed his head as Locke began to depart. Oh, and Locke. Locke paused and looked back at him. The captain snapped into a most strange salute with a stomp of his left heel, bending his right arm at the elbow with his forearm vertical to show his still a slit, then straightened his arm down to his side, bringing his flattened hand up and around to his brow in a single motion. Following this, he extended his arm downward with a right palm facing down, and his head looking parallel to his arm. For light and truth, he said with a nervous grin, seeking Locke's approval of the new salute as to distinguish them from the UCS. With an amused smirk, followed by an approving nod at the captain's newly proposed salute of the Holy Nation of Truth, he verbally closed his salute. And for fire and steel, Captain. Locke proceeded back into the elevator and descended down to the main hangar deck. Stepping out into the corridors, he was greeted as before, some even too busy to notice him. He didn't mind. In fact, he preferred they'd lose their attachments to him now while they still lived before he was removed from them. Everything around him was surreal to him now that he knew he was marching towards his own death. At first, this knowledge stung him like a venomous barb, but now, when the time approached him approached for him to face it, his fear waned. He expected the opposite, but with each step forward, each word spoken, and each second passed, he felt only a steady sense of conviction. It was not hot with wrath, neither cold with fear, but firm and still. The winds of destiny were at his back, pushing him towards his ultimate purpose, his final, eternal sacrifice. It was a rare blessing indeed to be aware of one's own death. Locta's only regret was that he would not see the new tomorrow his blood and the blood of the martyrs around him would purchase. All his short life he chased the dawn, yet in a bittersweet twist of irony, it was a dawn he would never see. This was what made the Holy Nation of Truth, or the H&T as some already began to abbreviate it, different. It was a nation built upon a foundation of faith eternal, where it was everyone's honor and duty to work not for themselves, but for the generations following them. Faith was held in the highest above all, and from faith came the virtue of such honor to one's people. It did not seek to blur the lines between different peoples, neither did it see one as inferior to another, but rather acknowledged these innate differences which made them Clopathian, Clonfear, or others who may join their crusade in time. To honor the Creator was to honor these differences, to be grateful for what one had, and humbled by what they did not. Locta could not deny his pride as he observed them throughout the ship. The small, quick, and agile Clonfear scurrying about in places Clopathians could not fit, or zipping up and down the corridors delivering supplies. Clopathians, on the other hand, used their acute hearing to ensure weapon and engine harmonics were calibrated upon the smaller vessels docked within the main hangar Locta now entered, and utilized their stronger bodies to lift and push that which a Clonfear could not. These were minor things on the surface, but beneath they held meaning which made Locta's heart burn with a deep love for them. This uniqueness, this flourishing of natural and cultural identity instead of destroying them, it was the start of something truly magnificent. This new war, this eternal crusade, it had no place for hatred towards those of different flesh, but neither did it hold a place for destruction and decay that descended from mixing and muddling of two or more. The Clonfear lived as Clonfear, the Clopathians lived as Clopathians, and nothing would blur the lines between them, but through faith they found peace and friendship with one another. Soon, through the fire, they would find a kinship only mutual struggle could bring. Locta gulped as he approached the small ship designated for him in a port-side docking bay. The blade was forged, but unquenched. What would truly seal the alliance between them would be how they fought alongside each other. A common faith, a common foe, light and truth, fire and steel. This was the creed of the H&T. Locta climbed up a ladder into the small Clopathian spear-class fighter craft, shaped like a bulbous pod with swept crescent wings, and peeked over the side at the Clonfear mechanic. "Everything ready to go?" Locta shouted over the noise of machinery and chatter echoing through the hangar. "Aye, you bet your tail and toes it be ready," replied the mechanic in his thick Purgatorian accent. "Now get to scootin', me hands be fastly tied here." I'm going, Locta exclaimed back with a laugh as the mechanic gave him the go-ahead to depart. Lowering the canopy and sealing it airtight with a slight hiss, Locta pressurized the cockpit and strapped himself in. He gave a quick basic pre-flight checkup, but the bare metal pedals beneath his feet and rubber of the flight stick in his hand gave a sense of uncertainty about the ship. Flying a civilian ship was one thing, but a multi-role starfighter was another. He didn't even recognize half the dials and buttons, but it was his task to lead the ground assault like the tip of a spear. He needed a vessel with as much punch as this one. After clearance for departure was granted to him, the mechanical arm securing his ship released. Magnetic rails automatically taxied him to the back of the supercarrier's internal runway and, with the launch light turned from red to green, he punched the throttle forward and rocketed out into space. To his left and right, front and rear, above and below, ships of all shapes and sizes teamed in a rough formation around him. About a third of them were military or planetary security models, with most being civilian ships retrofitted with armor, shielding, and weaponry. All shared the same gold wings and black hull color scheme, bearing the Falthmore family seal on their right wings. All shared the same banner, the same faith, and the same destination. All ships, lock and warp portal destinations to the Chelor system. Locta gave the command over a fleet-wide communications channel. Maintain formation, prepare to cut throttle and slow to quarter speed on my mark. Stand by and proceed until then. Holes of black and dark blue tore open in front of the ships all around. Locke activated his own ship's warp portal drive and put his hand on the throttle. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled before giving the command. Alright, everyone. Let's go. He took his ship into the warp portal before him, the many others around doing the same, with some smaller ships sharing the portals made by larger ships. Though they all shared the same destination, only those traveling in the same portal could see each other, thus Locta's vessel appeared alone. Truthfully, Locta had no idea what awaited them all on the other side. Even with all his supernatural perceptiveness, he could not see the future with any sort of clarity, only vague whispers by the winds of destiny. He hoped they would be early and attack the UCS before the UCS could rally at Chelor, but deep in his gut was a most wrenching feeling. He knew he was wrong. He knew death awaited them, that there would be no glory here. This was not a test of strategy, firepower, technology, or even the limits of flesh itself. It was a test of faith, the highest test of faith. The war and all the horror it could ring upon them. And this time, it was not his faith alone to be tested, but the faith of those following him. Their fates would be the judge of whether or not he succeeded as a savior, or doomed them to eternal damnation. If their faith failed them, then it would be evident that Locta failed them as well. Be it victory or failure, death awaited them with open arms. Locta looked down at the sword resting at his side, its runes glowing bright with divine power, and then he looked towards the fast-approaching warp portal exit not with fear, but with steely-eyed determination. No, it was not death which awaited them. It was he who awaited death. The Reaper that was sin had a debt to pay, and Locta was sent by the Creator to collect. All ships, cut throttle and brake to quarter speed now. Locta commanded as the ships exited, pulling back on the throttle and engaging ion brakes to slow the ship to a steady, unpowered drift through the exit. His ship, along with the thousands of others, exited warp space at a steady crawl, their formation the same as when they left Purgatory. A bright star burned in the distance ahead, outshining the rest twinkling in the bitter blackness. Chelor orbited near it. Your order, sir? The captain from the supercarrier crackled through his ship's headrest speakers. Locta licked the inside of his dry mouth before speaking. Let's take it in slow. Captain, relay my orders from earlier. I want everyone to be prepared by the time we get in visual range. Aye, sir. Opening a fleet-wide comms now, said the captain of the Dragon's Teeth. Listen up, everyone. Here's what we're going to do. As the captain retold orders he discussed with Locta earlier, Locta accelerated before the other ships to the front, just behind one of the supercarriers. A few others, including the Dragon's Teeth, began to close in with smaller gunboats, cruisers, battleships, and destroyers of both Clepathian and Clonviar design, forming a protective shell. Between them, transports of both small and large formed up in columns behind Locta's ship, escorts of a few fighters flanking above them and below. And that concludes your orders from now. For now, finished the captain, his voice growing more and more worried as they approached the hand of doom ahead. Locta, anything you want to add? Locta's eyes were so fixed on the sight coming into view ahead that he did not heed the captain's question, his heart pounding at his chest as he beheld the kind of opposition they face. Like 1,000 sharp needles over the terrestrial sphere Locta once called home, UCS supercarriers teamed in an eerily silent and stiff formation. There were too many, packed so dense that one could walk from wingtip to wingtip. Dear Creator, he muttered, not realizing his comms were still open. Sir? The captain gulped. Locta took a quick breath, shook his head, and sighed through his nose. Never mind that. Everyone, combat alert! Shields up, weapons online, all personnel at their stations. He immediately began barking out orders. Group A, move to attack speed and cover us as best you can. Group B, you're on me. Full speed ahead. It all happened so suddenly following his command. At 1 second, the space between H&T and UCS fleets was perfectly tranquil, and in the immediate moment after Locta gave his orders, it filled with streaks and bolts of deadly energy, blasts of yellow plasma, blue particle beams, green supercarrier cutting rays, and white flashes of energy shields deflecting impacts made for a chaotic light show of death and destruction. Perhaps the worst thing about combat in a vacuum was the disorienting silence. All Locta could hear from the outside were the muffled plinks of debris against his own ship's hull and the internal computers beeping at him. The massive explosions of starship reactor cores, which would have been deafening in atmosphere, were as quiet as the icy grave of the poor souls aboard were silenced to. Battle communications were limited to raw data sent from ship to ship, but he could already imagine the screams of terror from those on board the H&T vessels, throwing themselves bravely at the overwhelming odds against them. Suddenly, he saw the sonic torpedoes rocket from the launch tubes of friendly supercarriers towards the planet ahead, detonating against the environmental shield. The shell of energy rippled like water from each impact until it flickered and collapsed. He immediately swapped his voice communications over to those information behind him. "They've made an opening for us. Fall in and move," he shouted. With mere moments to spare before the shields recharged, Locta and the rest of Group B rushed as fast as their ships could go through the remains of 3 crumbling UCS supercarriers, blown apart by a Clonfeyar destroyer's missiles. "Locta, we've got chasers on our tail," reported the leader of one of the escort squadrons. "Break off and intercept. The transports have to get through," Locta shouted back. However, he realized too late that it was a mere diversion. His radar started to scream at him from hostile threats approaching fast from the right. With no time to give an order, Locta pulled back on the control stick and blitzed for them headfirst. He pitched his ship into a barrel roll, squeezing the cannon trigger in a spray of reckless abandon. There were so many interceptors that aim didn't matter. After passing through and behind them, he pulled back on his throttle and stick in a gut-bursting turn, then pushing the momentum-dampening field to its limits, then slammed the throttle wide open and rocketed forth at breakneck speeds. With a target lock confirmation appearing on his holographic heads-up display, he pressed the thumb switches on the yoke, and a flurry of proximity burst missiles flew from the ship's wings through space at the UCS interceptors. In a dazzling display of fiery bursts, the shrapnel from the detonating missiles ripped through the remaining fragile interceptors. A surge of relief washed over Locta, but then he caught sight of an asphyxiating UCS pilot writhing about in space, dying a cruel and painful death in vacuum. Even with the demonic possession apparent in the dying Clepathian's burning red eyes, Locta had to look away. Within these possessed bodies were still the souls of those now tormented by the demons holding the flesh at the reins. It was Locta's task and the duty of the HNT to save them. "Form up and keep pushing. If we get into atmosphere, they can't catch us," Locta shouted back, pushing out the shock of war before it could distract him any further. The privilege to hold remorse for those who would stand after him when the ashes settled, he had a sacred duty to fulfill. He flew over the transport formation and joined back at their front, the other escorts joining as well. Locta's ship started to rumble and shake with fire forming at the front. They were entering the atmosphere. He sighed in the brief moment of relief. They were safe. For now. There was still much work left to be done. Transports stay low. Use the terrain and buildings to cover your approach to Inner City. Escort wings 1 and 2. Get back to the fight above and cover retreat of Group A. "Sir, you sure you won't need air cover?" one of the squadron leaders asked. Locta shook his head. They need you more than we will. If we play our cards right, this will be over within the hour." After a moment of hesitation, the squadron leader replied, "As you command, sir. Light and truth. Fire and steel." Locta saluted them both as their squadrons pitched up and pierced back through the clouds into the stars above. Now it was up to him and those who would soon stand behind him on the ground. Yet as they flew over Chelor, the great city skyline creeping taller over the horizon with each second passed, there was an odd silence. Looking down through the landing window on the floor between where his feet rested on the yaw pedals, he saw not a soul stirring. Not a vehicle moved, be it ground or sky, and all the houses in the beltlands and city outskirts were dark. He looked ahead and saw that the whole of the city itself was shrouded in a strange fog. "Transports, slow down to maneuvering speed. Steady our approach and keep the shields up until we land," he commanded the transports at the ominous sight ahead. As their ships penetrated the fog, flakes started to build up on the view screen. They were not rain or snow, but ashes. Through the thick fog, he saw flickers of light. Flames burned throughout the city, some caused by falling debris from the battle above, and others without a known source. But no one moved to put them out. The emergency response services and their wailing sirens were nowhere to be seen or heard. Every window had been darkened, every light fixture casting nothing more than a shadow beneath its bulb. It was as if the city had been abandoned. Ahead of them now lied their destination, Glory Street, with the Capitol building looming like a black shadow of death veiled through the foggy horizon. "Begin landing procedure. Set down at the South Street intersection." Locta gave the order, landing his ship among the transports like great metal eagles touching down upon the pavement. Locta grabbed the hilt of his sword with his left hand, using his right to push the canopy of his ship open before climbing over the side and leaping out onto the ground. The ash-covered ground he felt beneath his feet was familiar. It's so alien. No longer did he feel that sense of safety it once gave him. It was like looking upon the face of a recently deceased friend. Slowly, he drew his sword from the ring, securing it at his hip, holding it low in his right hand as he took in the surreal sight. He recognized all that he saw, indeed, not as home from his childhood, but as his ashen grave from the world, but as his ashen grave from the vision in the mystic temple. However, this was no vision nor dream. This time the nightmare was real. From behind him, he heard the many crusaders lining up into formation at the shouting commands of their officers, but his eyes remained unblinking at the fog ahead. An officer soon approached at his side, clad in silvered armor with his stylus at the ready. Locke heard his steps, but did not take his eyes off the thick ashen fog ahead. "Are the troops ready, officer?" Locke asked, his restrained voice just above the whisper. The confused officer shook his head. "Sir, the city's abandoned. We're alone. There's no one here. Life signs are scattered across the planet, but are the troops ready, officer?" Locke interrupted with a swift turn of his head, staring straight into the officer's eyes as he firmly repeated himself. The officer gulped and looked back at the rows and columns of armed and armored soldiers standing behind him. "Yes, sir." Locke nodded as he looked back ahead. "Good." He took a few steps forward, staring into the fog ahead with his sword held out to his right. The officer found himself puzzled by Locke's actions and words. "Sir, is there something we should know?" Locke looked down at his blade and back at the officer with a slight nod. "Yes." Then, through the fog in front of Locke, countless glowing specks of red pierced the grayness, billions of eyes like hellish coals opening from all around them, staring at them. The officer stared at Locke in terror as Locke stared back at him. "In this war, we will never be alone." All right. Chapter 14, the big space battle, the establishment of the Holy Nation of Truth, or HNT, which you might have heard me talk about before at times on art streams. And yeah, the things are happening. I don't know what to describe other than what just happened. Hope you guys are enjoying this still so far. We got chapter 15 and then an epilogue. We'll see what happens. But first, I'm going to take a very short break. I really need to use the bathroom. I think I had too many fluids this morning. So give me a moment here. I do apologize. God wills it. Yes. So I'll give a small cliffhanger here, but I'll be back in like maybe a minute or two at most. I'm going to use the very rare BRB screen that you guys have probably forgotten by now. Here we go. Told you I'd be back quick. All right. Let's continue here. Chapter 15. The Death of Death. Is a final chapter, aside from the epilogue. All right. A thunderous chorus of demonic roars split across the sky, shattering windows and sending the Carpathians of the HNT to their knees. Locke 2 stumbled upon the ground. The oral assault crippled his ability to stand and focus. The Clonfear, with their duller hearing, ignited their light blades and rallied defensively in a circle around their crippled allies. And then the roar stopped. Silence once again fell over the land, but it did not last. The ground rumbled, Locta scrambling back to his feet with his sword in both hands to meet the forces stampeding towards them. "Get up! Everyone get up! To arms!" he shouted to the dazed Clepathians behind him. "Ready your weapons! Stay close and steel yourselves! For light and truth! For fire and steel!" Several shouted back behind him as they stood up, helping their allies as they rallied for the oncoming onslaught. The sea of glowing red eyes blitzed closer and closer like an avalanche of flame, but Locta and his crusaders did not move. "Hold your ground! Let the shadows break upon the light!" cried out Locta as they packed in shoulder to shoulder with the crusaders around him. "Steady! Hold!" He stood firm, waiting for the precise moment to let slip the Creator's burning justice. "Now!" The Crusaders followed Locta's lead as the first silhouette took form from the fog, lashing out at them with fiery styluses and snarls straight from the mouth of hell itself. It was barely even Clepathian anymore, thrashing and roaring about like a rabid beast, but Locta's sword rang true. It was far from alone. But Locta's words rang true. It was far from alone. After the first, they came not by the fives or dozens, but by the hundreds, perhaps even thousands. The flurry of metal, magic, and blood far too chaotic for anyone to keep count. The possessed Clepathians spewed fiery venom from their breaths, cut with hellish flame coating their blades, burning through steel like a hot knife through butter. Locta and his crusaders held their ground not with steel alone, but with faith and divine magic as their weapons and shield. Their blades shining over with light, and spells of judgment buzzing through the air, they were like a mountain against a storm. This storm, however, seemed without end. They fought on and on, demonic Clepathians overwhelming and dismembering a crusader into unrecognizable pieces within seconds. The crusader smiting the possessed with heavenly lightning and blessed styluses or light blades. But though the brave crusaders held their ground, Locta knew it was not enough. They were wasting time, and while they could slay the fiends swarming them by the hundreds, the numbers of the H&T whittled by the second. If this stalemate kept going, Kel'Thethys' demonic forces would eventually overwhelm them. Locta's blade clashed against the demonic Clepathian styluses, bashing them aside with the sheer weight of his weapon before following up with a slash across its throat, a merciful and quick death. There was nothing to be gained but just holding what little ground they had, but moving forward and fighting on the move would make them easier to kill, and his soldiers were suffering so much already. However, when Locta looked up at the vague silhouette of the Capitol building on the horizon, knowing that was where the source of this darkness sat, he gave the difficult command, "Push forward! We can't stay here!" he bellowed, slinging the blood from his sword before bringing it down through the abdomen of another foe. His crusaders followed after him, pushing forward with all their might. Inch by inch, they marched closer and closer to their goals. With each step, hope shined on stronger within all of them. Maybe, Locta thought, that his blood would not have to be shed today. Maybe he could win and see a brighter tomorrow after all. "Come on! Keep moving! And in the name of the Creator, strike them down!" He slashed two more in a single cleave with his rallying cries of triumph, taking not so much as one step back. Victory drew nearer and nearer with each foe slain. The rush and glory of battle pounded through his heart, and pride took hold right under his nose. They were merely a few hundred meters from the Capitol building when suddenly something strange happened. The demonic Clepathians halted dead in their tracks, ceasing their attack. "Ha ha! They've given up!" boasted one of the crusaders, and as much as Locta wanted to believe it, he knew this was no retreat. He held up his hand, halting the advance of the remaining crusaders, now only a third of their number with a trail of mangled, dismembered bodies of blood of the with now only a third of their number, with a trail of mangled, dismembered bodies and blood of both possessed and faithful behind him. In the sudden silence, Locta looked back upon it in horror, and a sense that he had made a terrible mistake emerged within him. The wind howled through the ash-covered city, carrying the kiss of death longing for Locta's cheek. The shadows grew thick in the skies above, blotting out the already grayed sunlight, and deep in his heart Locta felt, no, he knew, that every inch of ground he gained was for nothing. "Sir? Sir, what's going on? Sir?" One of the Clonfear crusaders questioned the growing shadows turning day into night. In but a whisper, Locta answered with his eyes to the black clouds above. "He's here." "Who? Who's here?" questioned the crusader again. Locta pointed his finger to the sky, swallowing with his mouth dry from fear. "Him." The crusaders all looked in a direction Locta pointed, hearing the rumbling thunder in the sky as if it were low bellows of laughter. The flapping of great wings approached through the air, and landing between them and the Capitol building like a bolt of black lightning, the beast had appeared, and his name was Sulthrasa. Locta gripped his blade tightly, his crusaders readying their weapons as well as they stared into the blazing eyes of the winged fiend standing before them. And so readily you leap into the arms of death, said Sulthrasa, extending his wicked styluses with an evil metallic hiss. So readily you cast aside the lies of those around you, overcome with vainglory at last. It's not over, Sulthrasa, Locta retorted with the blackened tears firm in his hands, its holy glow piercing the darkness. Even with all the power of hell against us, look behind us and see that you cannot stop the Creator's justice. Sulthrasa tilted his head. You call this justice? I will show you the justice of the damned. A crusader at Locta's side growled impatiently. Enough of this! Taste the fury of heaven, fiend! He charged at Sulthrasa. Wait, no! Locta called out after him, but it was too late as all it took was one look from Sulthrasa's eyes into his soul for him to fall over dead in his tracks, his body burning to ash in an instant, leaving a hollow shell of armor tumbling behind. Cease your sadistic cruelty. If you wish to punish anyone, then punish me! Locta stepped forth and challenged him, beating his fist onto his chest. Locta smirked and shook his head. And give you what you want? I don't think so. Locta peered at him skeptically, but Sulthrasa was no fool. Oh, Locta, you insult me. Death has many forms. Yours will be final. The Creator is life. He cannot die, Locta rebuked him. Sulthrasa shook his head and whispered, No, but you can. He pointed his right stylus at Locta, an arc of dark magic flying forth, but it did not strike him. Locta wheeled around as he heard the agonized screams and wails of the crusaders around him, lifted off the ground with sparks of hellfire swirling around their bodies. In their eyes he saw the fear replace courage, despair replace hope, and finally, betrayal replace faith. No! No! Stop! Please! Locta begged as the sheer pain exerted over them crushed their spirit, breaking their minds under the psychic screams of demons gnawing at their thoughts. Please, let them go! Take me instead! Locta fell to his knees with tears in his eyes before his dying people as they looked upon him, reached out for him to save them, but he could not. He failed them, and in their final moments, as their flesh began to melt from their bones, he saw death. True death. The death of soul. Their skeletons were dropped to the ground and the soup of liquefied flesh and blood pooling at the knees of the stunned and speechless Locta. Sulthrasa walked up behind him, beside him, feeling no threat from the rumbling failure of a savior Locta had become. And so quickly crumbles the hero of the day. The truth is, Locta, you were doomed from the start. You are weak, a coward, a fool, and worst of all, a deceiver who promises salvation but delivers only suffering and death. No, Locta, it is you who is the devil here, disguised under a veil of light that blinds, a light that you do not know. Sulthrasa leaned down, whispering upon Locta's ear. A light that you do not understand. Locta said nothing, his eyes unblinking at the horrific carnage before him as he trembled in shock of the sudden defeat. Sulthrasa stood up and looked across the dark horizon as if watching the sun set before it even arose. It astonishes me how blind you truly are. Even if you did find victory here, even if I did not intervene and let you exact some fairy tale poetic justice on the father who betrayed you, you would have lost still. All those lives lost, by the hands of your crusaders, or by the hands of the possessed. There never was any victory for you. There never was any victory for me. The age of Clopathians, the last bastion of faith in this godless universe of sinful tyrants and corrupted flesh, it is over at last. This is the highest form of death, and you are now its quivering, whimpering vessel for all eternity. Goodbye, Locta Felthmore. You are eternally damned at last, just as you once damned me. Sulthrasa then turned to walk away, having slain Locta in a way no blade could. Locta sat there on his knees, motionless, with the rumbling thunder under the black clouds all around him. Burning pieces of ships continued to fall like meteors through the sky over the crumbling, burning city of Chelor. The only ones who stood among the carnage were but shells that were once Clopathian, now the twisted homes of demons. Their chatters and forbidden tongues echoed in the whistling wind through the dark alleys, their eyes staring upon him from every direction, watching the light die at the steps of Chelor's capital. Another civilization brought to judgment, and found unworthy to live, and not even the Creator's very son could save it. But did this failure truly come as a shock to Locta? No, it did not. In a way, he always knew that he'd fall just as he had fallen so many times before. And then he finally blinked his eyes. He failed and failed, over and over again throughout his life, no matter how hard he tried. In spite of whatever gifts or talents he had, they were always routed, so what was so different now? Perhaps it was not that it cost him so much that it cost all who died for him. It was all in vain. In his own words, he once questioned what all the glory and power in the universe was worth if there was no one there to witness it, and now there was no one here. Locke realized everything he had thought or done in the Creator's name was a mistake. He knew that this war was one of spirit, but he did not understand. Not until now, when the futility of flesh was spelled out before him and in the gore coating the streets. It was never his purpose to be a warrior or conqueror. Locke understood as he looked down at his sword, its runes gone dark. To be a warrior, to be a conqueror, to be a king, these were all the titles and splendors of mortals in the flesh. He slowly wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the blade, closing his eyes and shedding black tears upon it. His titles never were his to own. Not in this life. Not as he was. His purpose here, as Locke the Faithful, was to be something more, a savior. Among the lions and the wolves, he was but a little lamb, but with that he found no shame. Like he had many times before, Locke lifted his head and stood up again. Silthrasa halted his tracks and looked over his shoulder. Locke stood still with his blade in hand. All this power, all the magic that was his, it was worth nothing. All his glory, all his fame and feats, all of it died here. All around him, all within him, was death. He looked back over his shoulder at Silthrasa, the runes on his sword reigniting to serve its wielder one last time. Looking upon Silthrasa beneath the black shadow of the Capitol building at the end of Glory Street, he saw the end of his road as well. Locke never was ready, and in this life he never would be, because this life was not his any longer. It was the Creator's. With a sudden motion, Locke whirled around with his sword in hand, sprinting as fast as he could at Silthrasa. Acting quickly, Silthrasa extended his blades and leaped high into the air, soaring upon his black wings at Locke. The two met with clash of blades, sending sparks of holy magic and hellfire lighting up the surrounding darkness. Not a word left the lips of either, for they spoke through the dance of battle to the song of steel. Locke struck wide and was parried by the swift precision of Silthrasa, but Silthrasa found himself deflected by the stalwart defense of Locke. Back and forth the two exchanged fierce blows long after the battle had already been decided. Locke knew how this would end, how it had already ended, but to Silthrasa's surprise, there was not a trace of fear within him. Just as all hope and glory had left him, so had fear and despair. Silthrasa now fought a being, both mortal and divine, who had nothing left to lose but his flesh. If that's what it took for Silthrasa to finally put Locke down once and for all, then he was more than willing. With a hateful growl, Silthrasa's form darkened into pure void. "I was going to let you live, but I see there is no end to your death wish." He forced Locke back with a burst of wind from his wings. "Come then, Silthrasa, kill me," Locke stated boldly, yet calmly. "So long as I live, I will not rest until all are brought to justice. You can take my friends, kill my allies, burn my home, but you cannot win here." "I will be the judge of that," Silthrasa snarled in rage, vanishing from where he stood and suddenly appearing behind Locke. Locke tried to strike out at him, but his blade was caught and flung into the ground by Silthrasa's swift counterstrike. Silthrasa grabbed Locke by the arm, jerked him close, and spun him around with the tip of his stylus at his back and whispered, "I said goodbye." All of a sudden, a horrific, searing pain ripped through his chest with the sound of tearing flesh and cracking bone. He immediately fell nauseous from the blood loss, seeing the stylus of Silthrasa jutting forth from his chest, stained in his own viscera from the blade impaling him through his back. He could not breathe, his lungs filled with his own blood as his bones broken with fragments of his shattered armor lacerating his innards. Silthrasa pulled his stylus, dripping with black blood, out of Locke's body and kicked him to the ground next to his sword. And so the Savior dies a final death. He spat, slinging Locta's blood from his styluses before retracting them. With his strength and consciousness rapidly fading, Locta slowly reached up for his weapon, but he could not feel it. He could not feel anything but pain as his limbs grew cold and numb. His hearing faded into muffled ringing, and the last sight he saw was the broken universe he failed to save. As his vision faded, his last thoughts were simply those begging for the Creator's forgiveness. With a weakened whimper, Locta finally gave his last, wheezing breath. Father, why? The cold, black silence of death set in. All that Locta was, all his memories, all his preferences, all his hatreds, all the things that made him who he was, all of it crumbled away into oblivion. All except one thing, his faith. Like an infinitesimal candlelight among the darkness, in his final moments, Locta still held on to faith. It burned on in its purest form, free of the flesh and the mind that once encapsulated it, and through this guiding candlelight, a path through death was carved. The light shined growing brighter, not with distance nor time, for neither existed here, but it grew indeed, chasing away the darkness until all that was left was light. And there, Locta found himself again. He felt not the cold air and coarse pavement of Chelor, but a warm breeze and soft sands beneath him. The air was clearer and cleaner than any world he could remember, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that this was no world at all. He looked out forward as he stood up, his mouth agape in awe at the glowing sea of glittering lights surrounding the island. On a far-off shore, stretching from horizon to horizon, were great walls of pearls and jewels, sheltering a massive kingdom within. He almost couldn't believe it, falling humble to his knees at his sight, but deep inside he always knew it was true. It was heaven, the Creator's kingdom to come. Between him and the distant shore lay a great sea of fiery light as bright as a star, difficult for his eyes to look upon. But he was not alone on this small island. Locta turned around as he heard their steps in the sand, seeing them himself again. You... What? I don't understand. We both told you that we'd see each other again, said the one Locta recognized as the Repentant. The Zealot was there as well, standing at the Repentant's side. Welcome to eternal paradise, the Creator's heavenly kingdom of light, love, and truth. If I'm here, then that means I'm dead. I failed, Locta concluded with a guilty slack of his ears. No, faithful savior. The Repentant shook his head. There is no death here. The Zealot gestured his hand out across the sea between them and the shores of the pearly-walled kingdom. Come, there is much for us, you, to decide. The faithful in his past 2 incarnations walked to where the sea met the land, and though the faithful was hesitant to proceed, the other 2 stepped upon the sea of cleansing flame as if it were solid ground. Trust in the Creator, and you will not drown in the sea of fate, promised the Repentant. Believing their words, the faithful trusted he would not fall and took a step out onto the sea, and he did not sink. He was led across the sea, walking upon its liquid flame with ease towards a great set of gates as high and large as mountains. They stepped out onto the shore, the faithful having believed they were leading him to where he'd spend the rest of eternity, but then they halted. Why are we stopping? The faithful asked. So you can choose your path, the Zealot simply said, taking a few steps backwards, as did the Repentant as well. The massive gates cracked open, only slightly, and from between them flew a tiny orb of light. It swirled gracefully through the air, descending down to them and dancing around all 3 of them before halting in front of the faithful. The orb's shape then started to grow and shift, changing form into the glowing silhouette of a female Clepathian. Upon her back were 2 great white wings, and when the light dimmed enough for the faithful to recognize the detail of the winged white-robed woman, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. His eyes wept with joy as some of the deepest memories entrenched in his mind resurfaced, and he rushed at her with open arms. "Mom!" he cried as he embraced his mother, and his mother, Lullian Felthmore, embraced him back. Both she and him wept tears of joy in a long moment before she spoke to him. "My boy. My beautiful boy. Now you see that death holds no power over us. You believe this whole time?" Locked the Faithful wiped his tears as he questioned her. His mother nodded. Skyreath never made mention of it, but yes, I knew from the moment that you were conceived that you were special, and was only upon arriving here that I realized the truth, as all within the kingdom behind me do. The truth that you've come to know as well, she said with a nod and a sigh, stroking the white fur of his cheek. I watched you every moment, you know, seeing my little boy grow up all on his own, wishing I could be there when you were hurt or hungry, but you always managed to stand up. Your true father, the father of all things, reassured me, and here you are. So, this is it then. Locta looked up at the gates. This was my fate all along? Our fates are what we choose, Locta, said his mother, pointing at the gates behind her. You can choose this, heaven and all its eternal splendors like all the saints, if you wish it. But you are different. You are something more, as you know. Locta blinked, not quite understanding. Then what's the alternative? You can give all this up, but in doing so, you will give the universe and all within it another chance, she said. If you stay here, then the universe will be lost to darkness forever. Those who remain faithful will find their way here, rest assured, but many more will succumb. If you go back, you will forsake everything here, and return to the life among the physical, enduring all its pains and cruelty upon your shoulders, but in doing so you will purchase another chance for the lost souls. Hello, Moshog. And Geth, welcome back. Locta rubbed his neck and glanced up at the gates, gulping at the decision. So, it's a choice between letting the universe go, or trying to redeem it. His mother smiled reassuringly. There is no wrong decision here. You know well that the angels in heaven sing praise if so much as one soul is saved among millions. You are the Creator's son, and in that, you are the Creator. Give the universe another chance at the cost of your own paradise until time's end, or let it fall away if you believe it to have endured enough suffering as is. With each carries a reward. With each carries a price. Locta looked back to his previous incarnations for wisdom or guidance, but both were silent. He sighed and looked down under the weight of the decision. He remembered all the pain in the universe, how cruel and broken it was compared to this perfection. To heal one world was a monumental task, to heal the galaxy was mortally unthinkable, and to heal the universe? How much blood would have to be spilled? How many burdens would he have to eternally endure? Burdens that would make his efforts to save the Clopathians look as light as a feather in their shadow. Was it really worth it to let this cycle of pain go on for the sake of what could only be a few more finding the truth? But the words of his mother rang true. If so much as one found their way into heaven, then what about two? What about 3, 10, hundreds, thousands? If there was a chance, then who was he to so selfishly deny them for the sake of personal rest? He remembered the horror and despair in the eyes of those Silthrasa tormented and killed, the fiends which turned Clopathians into beasts, and all those who suffered in the belief that maybe they could turn back the insurmountable tide of darkness. Who was he to say that they failed by choosing immediate reprieve? And this decision, and this struggle, was what defined and this decision and this struggle was what defined Locta as the Creator's son, both fully mortal and fully divine. He was tested by both, all the advantages and disadvantages they brought, and it was up to him to make the right choice, not only for himself, but for all things. This was his true power, the weight of his decisions, and with the power to make such decisions came great consequences. That was what made him the faithful. For what was faith without the decision to choose it? With the choices manifesting so clearly right before him, he knew his choice. Locta gazed back into his mother's eyes and gave his answer with steady tone and heavy heart. I am Locta the Faithful. Who would I be but a hypocrite to deny the faith of those who I love, those who loved and believed in me when I did not believe in myself? They believed in the salvation of the Creator, that a Savior had been sent unto them to push back the darkness, to bring a new light, suffering in their arduous chase of a new dawn. If I must suffer eternally, if I must bleed myself dry, if I must cry entire oceans and be broken in both body and spirit, if I must take sin and death with me forever and burn it in my own soul, Then let it be so if it means taking death and all its suffering away from those within the universe past, present, and even future. I am Locke the Faithful, and it is not out of debt nor necessity that I believe the people of the universe should be given another chance, but out of love for them. This is what makes me who I am, the Son, both divine and mortal. The zealot and the repentant approached to his right and left, the warm wind blowing over them with the faithful's answer. His mother nodded with a loving smile and placed her hand on his chest. It glowed with power. Suddenly the repentant and zealot started to glow as well, their forms becoming shining silhouettes before coalescing into spheres of their essence, swirling around him. Then I will be waiting for you. But until that time comes, at the end of all time, her hand glowed brighter, with an almost blinding light, the essence of the repentant and zealot siphoning themselves into Locke's form. A surge of memories and past experiences from his two previous incarnations flooded over him. All that they knew, all that they were one at last in perfect harmony. He was zeal, he was penance, and he was faith. He was the three in one, and only just as Father was Son was Spirit. He was Locke de Felthmore, son of the Creator, and he did not die. The Creator could not die. He was the death of death. Locke gave one last look up to his mother's eyes as the blinding light closed in, and she finished her last words to him. The universe and all its children are yours. In a sudden flash, as bright as 1,000 supernovas, all was silenced again, and darkness returned. But this was not the darkness of death, as Locke had taken to the grave before. It was merely the shadow of his own eyelids, and when he raised them up, seeing that he laid on the broken streets of Chelor where he had died before, in both body and spirit, he felt no pain. His wounds had healed, and he arose from where he laid, a testament to his defeat of death. Most of the possessed Clopathians fled instantly at the sight of him rising up, screeching in fear with fire in their panicked breaths. At the top of the steps leading to the Capitol building, Sulthrasa stood with his mouth agape, dumbstruck by Locte's resurrection. Baffled and enraged, he extended Stylus's, "What? This is impossible! I was promised you would die by my hands!" Your downfall will be seeing truth in the crushing lies from flattering mouths that hate. Locke spoke boldly, his voice carrying a power that sent the few fiends who did not flee to their knees. He took his right hand and reached for the hilt of his sword, pulling it from where it was thrust in the ground, its runes blazing alight once more. He raised it to the sky, and a bright ray of sunlight pierced through the black clouds down upon him. He slowly levitated off the ground into the air. This was the hour of the Creator, and the hour of his ascension. His form shined over with blinding white energy, compelling Sulthrasa and all those full of wickedness round him to look away. Locte's figure transformed, taking on the appearance of the statue he saw in the cave, outside the tomb, and the apparition in the desert. The angel of guiding light he now knew was him in his true form. When the light faded to reveal him, standing 10 feet in height with white wings, white fur, and black armor in all his angelic glory before those who looked upon him, he stood upon the ground and pointed his sword at Sulthrasa. I am the first and the last, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega. I am Locke de Felthmore. I am the bringer of life and the death of death. With his sword in his right hand, Locke raised up his left, and more rays of light split through the clouds, shining down upon the places where his crusaders died. Rise up, crusaders of the holy nation of truth. A new dawn is near. Their bodies were reforged anew, given life once more, and shielded by Locte's power against the darkness. Seeing the form of the great angel before them that they knew in their hearts and souls was Locte, they drew their weapons and rallied behind him. Sulthrasa growled balefully, "You may have a new form. You may have defied death once, but if you seek it again, I will return it to you 1,000 times over." He screamed, spreading his black wings and leaping at Locte as he once did before. From his left hand, Locte conjured a great black round shield, bearing the Felthmore seal at the front. He deflected Sulthrasa aside with a massive shield, sending him hurling through the air like a swatted fly. Sulthrasa quickly recovered, charging at Locte by foot where the two clashed their blades. But now it was this time Locte had the upper hand, not only in physical strength, not only in the swift skills of his predecessors, but in the spirit of the faithful shining above all. In one mighty swing, he shattered Sulthrasa's styluses, then spun about and slashed Sulthrasa up across his chest. The holy sword tore Sulthrasa's screaming dark spirit from the body, damning it back to hell, and there, lying on the ground, was Krepto. Lokta knelt down, the rest of the Crusaders watching as Lokta took his friend into his hand. Lokta appearing so different with his blazing eyes of flame, his 4 ears and white fur and angelic body dwarfing him, but Krepto knew that despite all that was on the outside, his lifelong friend was still within. The one he betrayed looked down upon him now, cradling him in his arms, and Krepto forced himself to look up in shame, but there was no hatred in Lokta's eyes. Lokta, I'm so sorry, he sobbed weakly with weakened breaths. Shh, Lokta quieted him gently. All is forgiven. Rest now, my friend. Save a place for me in the life hereafter. He held back his own tears and smiled as Krepto let his eyes drift closed for the last time, gently placing his still warm body down on the pavement. He stood up, still staring down at his friend, and knowing he had the power to resurrect him if he wished it. But Krepto, like all the sickened and possessed souls teeming throughout the galaxy now, had suffered more than enough. It was time to lay him, all of them, to a peace and rest they deserved. Lokta looked back at his crusaders, finding it odd that despite having spirits of all 3 incarnations within him, it was still the faithful which governed his consciousness. Sir, what will you have us do? Shall we finish what we came here for? No. Stay here and... No, you stay here. Rest, for you have fought enough today. But wait for my return. Lokta turned towards the Capitol building, looking up into its ominous black shadow with his new eyes of holy fire. This fight is mine and mine alone. Lokta then spread his great white wings, hunkered down upon his powerful digitigrade legs, and then leaped into the air with a fierce gust of wind bursting from where he once stood. He flew up to the Capitol building's roof with his sword and shield in hand, landing with such a force that his large clawed feet dented the roof before bursting out into a sprint towards the First Senator's office. Finding the seam where the metal became one-way glass, he thrust his blade into the metal roof, holding on to it as he reared one of his legs back, and then kicked through the thick, tempered glass with a shattering force. He immediately pulled his sword from the roof, somersaulted backwards, and flew into the office. And there he saw him. Standing at the opposite side of the room was the mask that was Keltethis, and the man beneath. If you've come to kill me, then make it quick, Keltethis said, keeping his back turned to Lokta. Lokta shook his head and relaxed his posture. No, you're not getting off that easy. I want you to turn around first. Look at me. Look at the son you betrayed. Keltethis clenched his fist and slowly glared over his shoulder. I already told you that you aren't my son any longer. And now as you stand as some creature that is not even Clepathian, bringing ruin to our world, you dare claim to tell me to face the truth? I am not the traitor here. You know as well as I do that you weren't speaking to me when you disowned me, but I can see the truth. I know you weren't trying to convince me that I had lost you, but that you had lost me. Lokta scorned him. No, you liar! Keltethis shouted, looking away again. Lokta stepped closer with a glare of retribution. You thought me as a burden, a dead weight that was holding you back, so you tried to get rid of me. Not just faking your own death, but distancing from me throughout my childhood. The unfair treatment from your puppet's scream when I joined the UCS military, and trying to manipulate my only friend's goodwill against me. He threw his shield to the floor in bitter anger. Do not speak of things you do not know. Keltethis once again tried to defend himself, but by the quivering in his voice, Lokta knew he was breaking through the mask. Lokta stormed up behind him, standing only a few feet away with his shadow cast down upon the man he once looked up to more than any other. And when you realized that you could not get rid of me so long as I was your son, you tried so desperately to convince yourself that I was gone, and that you were gone with me. But we both know that isn't true, don't we? We both know that the real fraud here, the real man who does not exist, is Keltethis. I am Keltethis! Skyreath Felthmore is no more! He shouted. Lokta leaned in closer, whispering behind him. But can you say that while looking me in the eyes once more? Keltethis opened his hands, fire engulfing his claws as he wheeled around and raked at Lokta in a fit of rage, but Lokta was quicker and grabbed him by the throat. He lifted him up and slammed him against the wall, pinning him at eye level, the mask falling from his face onto the floor where Lokta crushed it underfoot. Look at me! Lokta cried out from his tusked mouth with tears of
retribution bleeding from his eyes. Gaze into my eyes and know the truth. Keltethys, Skyreath, had no choice but to open his eyes and stare into the castigating spheres of flame upon him. Just as he had been shown by Pride several years ago, Lagda stared at him and shook his head with pity. You, Skyreath Felthmore, tried to shift all responsibility and blame onto others. You created Keltethys to keep your conscience clear, but it, like the incessant spew of bile pouring from your mouth since the day you chose pride over truth, was nothing but a lie. You lied to our people, lied to me, and lied to yourself. And now you will suffer for what you have done, but not by my hand. You will suffer by the grave you've made for yourself. Lagda held up his sword behind him, pointing it at Skyreath's heart. Your wicked heart. A prism through which shadow spread forth to all those who listened. A prism through which I will shine the light and undo all the deceptive weeds you have sown upon the souls of the ignorant. No, no, you can't! Skyreath writhed and attempted to break free as the beam of concentrated light formed at the tip of Lagda's blade. I'm sorry, Dad. But you made your choice. You chose this road. And the Creator put me at the end of it. The beam of light pierced within Skyreath's heart, and he let out a scream carrying all the agony and evil of hell with it. From his body, a wave of salvation burst in a massive explosion in the likes which the universe had never seen, stretching from the capital to all across Chelor, to its moons and sun, to other solar systems, all the way to the last world touched by sin's evil influence. The blast of holy fury engulfed the whole blazing sun galaxy, cleansing away every demon festering within it. But this massive exorcism came at a terrific price. So tightly did sin cling to the hearts of the deceived that their flesh crumbled to white ash. But their souls, their essence of life that separated them from beast and angel, were purified and forgiven for their ignorance. Death held them no longer, for Lagda had defeated it, and thus their spirits ascended to eternal paradise. Finally, when Lagda felt every last darkened soul had been liberated from this torment, he ceased the spell, and silence fell over the galaxy. Where Skyreath once was, there was nothing. Not even ash or a sliver of clothing. It was as if he never existed. But Lagda knew better than to forget. He would not forget, for he was the eternal son of the Creator, and the Creator did not die. This cycle of history, this cycle of pain, as retold countless times before all in the universe, the rise to hubris and tragic fall of civilizations, the beginning of its end, started here. He turned around and picked up his shield, standing at the edge of the shattered window before spreading his wings and flying back up to the roof of the Capitol. As he approached the lip of the building's front, the Crusaders below on the ruins of Glory Street cheered at him in victory, praising his name and the Creator. But within, he knew that though there was a victory here indeed, it was Pyrrhic at best. The Clopathians were now numbered in only the few hundred thousands. The H&T was still but a fledgling nation with massive voids to fill in a galaxy nigh empty of sentient life, left vulnerable to the great unknowns of this vast and dangerous universe. The wind blew the white ashes through the air on a silent, gentle breeze, the remains of an era that was finally at its end. But beyond them, to the west, was a sign of a new era rising in its place. The warm, golden rays of the sun pierced through the clearing clouds, dawning upon a new era. Lagda closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and despite all the external hardships on the long road ahead of him, despite all this arduous trial of faith only being the first of many to come, he smiled. There was much ahead to be done, so much to rebuild and repopulate, many more dangers lying ahead along the way and further beyond, but this was not like the end of the Clopathian Empire in the past. This was not an era of stagnancy that would rise, prosper, and fall, but an era that would last until the end of physical time itself, where Lagda would not know rest or reprieve until the last second ticked. This was his eternal sacrifice, to take upon all sins and burn them in living absolution for all those who believed. This was an era of war, though not always in weapons. It would be perpetually fought in spirits of himself and those around him under the Creator. where it fell upon him to bring the saving light of truth to all those heavy laden souls in need of it, to enforce eternal truth and law, and to lead not from above, but from within. This was his sacred charge, his oath he silently swore. This was the dawn of the holy nation of truth, of fire and steel, of light and love, of faith and sacrifice. This was not the end, but a new beginning. This was the dawn of the eternal crusade. All right, that was chapter 15. I don't know how to summarize that, honestly. It's a bit much for words, I guess, even though it's written in words. Take a sip and stretch here before we finish off the story with an epilogue. Epilogue. From the Ashes. Music pranced through the night sky of purgatory from one corner of the world to the other, the celebration for the triumph of the light, the salvation of mortal kind from the tide of darkness had begun. Many danced and sang around bonfires, ships flew overhead with streaks of bright color painting the sky, and the smell of hearty feasts were present even in the most remote locations of the world. Clepathian and Clonfear alike knew joy in this night after the triumph over sin and death the day before. Among them, watching over those in the valley below, from a distance, with a smile, was Locta himself sitting atop the walls of Ukranor, with his legs dangling over the edge. Once his allies, then followers, then soldiers, they were now like his own sons and daughters in his eyes. Every second he spent looking upon them was a celebration in his own right, for he loved them as much as his heavenly father did. From the turret built into the wall to his left, he soon heard a door crank open to reveal a robed Clonfear stepping out into moon and firelight. "High Lord Valakor!" Locta exclaimed in a hushed breath as he hastily stood up, bowing his head for all the good it was worth given his new towering height. Valakor smirked and chuckled. "Locta Felthmore, it is perhaps I who should be bowing to you, Lord of the Holy Nation of Truth." "Right, Lord." Locta sighed and looked back out to the valley. Valakor noticed the reluctance in his tone, tilting his horned head curiously. "What troubles you, your highness?" Locta winced as the title stung him. "That is the problem. Lord of the H&T? That's not what I fought for, Valakor. I didn't go through all this to prove any sort of superiority. I don't want to live above my people, but with them." Valakor nodded as he considered Locta's words. "I can understand that, but not everyone can be a beacon for others to follow. Those who cannot, they need someone to follow, someone to aspire to. Those down there, those waving your flag and wearing your family seal upon their clothing, they need you to guide them. I suppose, but I want the H&T to be different. I don't want it to be a nation defined by borders and its wealth, but its foundation and purpose," said Locta, the flicker of the distant bonfires in his concerned eyes. "I don't want the Clepathians and Clonfear to abandon who they are, but to cherish what makes them unique, different, and beautiful. The same goes for any other who wishes to join us, because the H&T is more than just the principles that makes the nation. That is a sovereign cause, a common faith, a common foe, but different peoples." He looked down to Valakor. "Is such a thing even possible? Can the Clonfear remain as their own body and still follow the Creator, or will these boundaries between them and Clepathian have to be destroyed?" Valakor simply smiled up at him. "With the Creator, anything is possible. Know this, however, the Clonfear will always be at your side, just as the Clepathians would be. Our alliance goes deep as the blood both our people shed. Well, if you can truly call yourself Clepathian anymore." Valakor gestured up at Locta's angelic body with a chuckle. Locta laughed as well, looking down at his large digitigrade feet back over his shoulder at his wings and massive tail. "I suppose I can't. Still getting used to it, especially these darn tusks." He then pointed towards the two long, downward tusks protruding from behind his upper lip. They both shared laughter until the jovial moment died down. Valakor sighed and nodded. "Have you spoken with Algoris since you returned?" Locta's smile faded and he shamefully shook his head. "No. Why?" Valakor seemed disappointed, but was more confused. "I feel I feel like we didn't leave off on the best of terms. He seemed disappointed and dismal when we last spoke, fearing for what was to become of me. I wonder if he'd still be afraid now, Locke said, looking up to the starry night sky. I never did fully understand him or his words at the time, and sometimes I worry if I make him feel like all his efforts have been pointless. He seems to believe so, but I know that's not true. Valakor tilted his head and looked to the stars as well. Then, the way I see it, the only one who could convince that old man otherwise is you. Being a friend to him as well, I have to say that he cherished you, admired you. You are his pride and joy, his purpose, and now that it is fulfilled, he has nothing left as he rests in his waning moments now that his life's work is complete. Go to him, Lakta. Show him that he does have something left, before it's too late. He does not know that I live? Lakta questioned Valakor. Valakor shook his head with a sly grin. No, because I want you to tell him. Lakta stared at Valakor discerningly for a moment, and then a slow, gentle smile crept upon his face. He spread his great wings wide, lowered down, and then, with a flap and leap, he found himself soaring high into the air. Still having much to learn and how to fly with any sort of agility, Lakta did his best not to fall out of the sky as he flew over the valley towards the eastern plateau. There, sitting upon it under the night, with its windows dark, was Algoris' estate. Lakta landed down in front of it, finding it odd how there were no guards outside of it anymore. A sense of worry filling him, he approached the door and slowly pushed them open. An echoing creak of the iron hinges reverberated through the main hall. "Hello?" Lakta called out, but no one called back to him. The fire was out, the candles dimmed, the whole building seemed abandoned. Lakta closed his eyes and opened them again to see with his celestial sight, and up above him he saw a trace of life. Deactivating his celestial sight, he rushed up the stairs, trying not to trip over himself, and entered what he remembered as Algoris' chambers. There he lied, the old Clonfear alone and weak in his bed with a single candle flickering beside him. "Algoris?" Lakta whispered to him as he hunched down and slowly approached his bedside. Algoris' weary eyes eased open, looking upon Lakta's flaming eyes with awe and confusion. "Has my guardian angel come to escort me to my final judgment at last?" "No, Algoris." Lakta shook his head, grabbing the Clonfear's comparatively tiny hand and placing it in his palm. "It's me, Lakta, your student, your friend." He smiled warmly. Algoris blinked twice in confusion, sitting up slightly as he stared at him for a solid moment or two. It really is you. But how? What?" "Shh, lay down," said Lakta. "Don't hurt yourself trying to imagine what happened. All that matters now is that we did it. For the first time since the universe began, we triumphantly stood against the tide of darkness." "And of the UCS? Of your father?" Algoris weakly asked. His time was short. Lakta gulped and looked down with a sigh. "You were right. We were too late to stop them. Skyreath has met justice. The Clepathians of the UCS will find forgiveness in the hereafter for their ignorance. You were right that only the sacrifice of the Creator could save them. And that's why I'm here as you see me today." "But if you died, if the three became one, as you are now, then how are you speaking to me as the friend I know?" Algoris questioned. Lakta shrugged. "Truly, I don't know. I have their memories, their knowledge, and their experience, but for some reason the Creator saw it fit to make me, Lakta the Faithful, as the person to lead the H&T. The other two are there, but silent, dormant. As far as I or you should be concerned, I am as Lakta as I've ever been, and ever will be." Algoris pondered this, then nodded slowly with a smile. I think I may know why he did such a thing." He then laid back down in his bed, snuggling beneath his blanket. "Lakta, my time in this universe is numbered in the seconds now, so let me teach you one final lesson." "Of course, Algoris." Lakta knelt down, listening closely. Algoris took a slow, weary breath, his eyes barely even open. "You are the son of the Creator. As you are divine, you are mortal. There is so much left for you to discover and explore. The universe is a massive place, full of adventure and danger. of lessons and wisdom. Know that no matter how powerful you get, how strong you grow, always remember to listen to the hearts and souls of even the smallest of people. For it is in the darkest night that the smallest candle glows its brightest. Algoris? Logda called out to him, but Algoris did not answer. His chest arose and fell in one last gasp, and then it was still. Algoris! He nearly placed his hand upon Algoris to try to shake him, but he stopped himself. He closed his eyes tightly and looked away, knowing that the old Clonfear's time had come at last. The old gentle prophet held on to life for as long as his student needed him, but now he could finally rest. He took a deep breath and turned back to look upon the peaceful, still body of his friend and teacher, and though his eyes wept glowing golden tears, he smiled gratefully. Rest easy, old friend. Your hard work in this life is done. Logda then looked out the window at the twinkling stars of the night sky, the whole of the universe above him like an infinite sea of unknown wonders and incredible danger. But my work is just beginning. That's the end of that's the end of Chasing the Dawn. That's the end. That's book 1. It's over. So what'd you guys think? How should I say that? With words, preferably. Gonna take a transition here to continue our New Vegas escapades. Grant's on finishing it. Well, I mean, I finished writing it a long while ago, so. But, I don't know, like, what are your thoughts? What are you guys' thoughts on the story? That's what I'm curious about. Reading it? Finishing reading? Yes. Now, as for book 2, I'll probably give reading a little bit of a rest, and then I'll get to book 2 sometime in the future. I don't know when, but we'll read book 2 eventually. But gonna take a break from reading for a few weeks or so, and then we'll get to book 2. I don't know why I saved twice. It's just a habit. Every time I close LibreOffice, I always end up saving. Let me change the category and stuff here. There we go. That's a title and a half. I like the balance between story flow and precision of description on the last fight. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Balancing description and flow of what happens is something that I used to struggle with a lot, and sometimes I still struggle with it. Like when I'm going back and revising, I often have to rewrite a lot of paragraphs. But to mix both narrative progression and description is something that I really try my best to do. I don't like it when stories like take a break from what's happening just to describe the way something looks or feels or smells or something like that, you know. All right, let's actually, if instead we've played New Vegas, since we're gonna play New Vegas tomorrow, what if I finish the Halo mod I was playing yesterday, the cursed Halo thing? Because I've only got 2 missions left in that, so may as well, I figure. So yeah, let me do that, actually. Because I only have 2 missions, and I don't know how else. Yeah, let's go, yeah. So I'm gonna do that. Brace yourself for kind of a loud booming sound, because 343i has a terrible... Wait, what? It didn't update. Halo... The Master Chief Collection. Done. There we go. Now it... You know, for some reason, it didn't update the thing. Just gonna change some things here. Because I'm thinking, like, yeah, we only have, like, an hour and a half, not even.
And that should be enough time to finish those last 2 missions. It's updating? Yeah, it didn't update at first, so... Go do that, do this, move OBS back over here, expand the chat window a little bit so I can see y'all's beautiful voices, words, faces, whatever. But I hope y'all like the narrative plot overall and whatnot. It's a very yes, definitely a very crusadery themed story, so lots of emphasis on things like, you know, faith and magic and evil demons and stuff like that. Which I know isn't everyone's taste, but it's what I like to write. Alright, let's play this. Ah! God, I hate that. I don't know why 343i decided that was a good splash screen. Alright. The goopening. There we go. Oh, I still have this thing. Nice. And my bonk stick. I really like the last battle descriptions of actions. Fit really well to a point where it wasn't distracting from the main story. Oh, I really appreciate that. Hydrate and stretch. I gotcha. Drinking some sparkling water because I am a sparkling water fan. Not a soda fan. Soda make me sick, but sparkling water is good. We go bonk. And something that I do enjoy writing a lot, in particular, are like the big climaxes. Bonk. The big epic last battles and stuff. That's a common trope in a lot of my stories. From others who have read them have pointed out is that there's always some big shebang at the end. The climax is usually kind of violent. I mean, the way you drink it doesn't help. Also, stop doing that. Wait, stop doing that. Just don't waste your money on soda. Stop doing what? Drinking just to make myself burp or something? Well, even when I don't drink it like that, it still makes me feel bad. As for the main story, I still need to rewatch everything from start to finish because I feel like I'm missing some details, but so far I liked it. Yes, all the VODs are on my Stream Archive channel. That's just locked as Stream Archive if you search that up. It's there. They're not ordered very well. I need to order them into a playlist. But they are there. I guess you could just sort from earliest to most recent, and it'll be fine. And this VOD will also be going up later today. Yes, but I do know you missed a couple episodes, Astros said, that did have important things. I mean, I like to make sure every chapter is important. I don't like, what is it? I don't like having extraneous fluff or bullshit. Every word in a story should be placed there for a reason. Oh, rested, what? Boxing glove. Oh. Bonk. What if I could just bonk my way through this entire thing? And I still love these rock grenades.
Child of my enemy, why have you come? I offer no forgiveness.
Oh my goodness, ow.
Pass to his son.
Brain! Or Brian, not Brain.
Hello, Onward. Welcome on in. We just got done finishing reading the first book, The Epic Conclusion. Oof. Well, I do export the VODs to my stream archive channel. Locta's Stream Archives, I think they're called. Or I know it's called. So, if you ever want to just listen to them. There's not much on that channel other than VODs that I really wanted to keep. So, it shouldn't be too difficult to find them. I'm gonna say, with my attention span, if you encourage me to watch something for a second time, it means I pretty much loved it. Oh, well that's good to hear. Ow. Whoa, what the fuck? I got like hit in the back by something, that was weird. I know. Ah, horrible checkpoints. It should be after this, not before it. So I can not be blinded by bullshit. Oh! Jeez Louise, okay. Oh, I get it. If you headshot with the rock, it does big explosion. But normal, otherwise it's just... Made a link after stream, YouTube not being helpful. Really? I'll have to remember that. Oh. Shanka, Shanka. Bunch of tech support and anime videos where they show. Really? That's weird. Oh my goodness. Hey, Spooky Scarly. Welcome on in. Come on in, everybody. My name is Locta. I stream from Wednesday to Sunday. Do art on Wednesdays, various things throughout the week. We're playing some Cursed Halo 3. And bonking things with a baseball bat. We just finished live reading of my first book. Like, finished the final chapter and whatnot of it. So I'm happy to have that done. About time I returned the favor. I don't know, you returned the favor. I mean, you rated me probably far more often than I've rated you. Because I think you stream earlier than I do and finish earlier than I do. I don't usually get the opportunity. So I had to take it the time that I got it. Here. Been a while, though. Yes. And I do appreciate it. Yes. I was gonna play some more New Vegas today, but I decided I may as well finish up Cursed Halo 3 since we don't have much time anyways, and I only have 2 missions left. Ovening food. I call it oven when you oven the cold food and out hot eat the food.
Of course, you came for her. We exist together now. 2 corpses in 1 grave.
Thoughts and memories.
And yet, perhaps a part of her remains.
Bonk. Oh boy, this room. The first of many annoying rooms in this level. Usually like to do is come over here. Mutant popcorn, yes. Bonk. Bye!
Can I speak with you, please?
This baseball bat is honestly the GOAT.
Very nice to meet you. You like games? So do I.
Mm. Throwing this rock is so silly. Plonk. 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 Now we're here, this place, which also sucks. Boomer rock. Yep.
Don't look at me. Don't listen. I'm not who I used to be.
I honestly prefer these weapons over the regular Halo 3 weapons for this level, honestly.
Thought you would have said that in Batman's voice. Why would I do that? I never got into Batman or superheroes or really cared for any of that kind of stuff. Battering a lot? Oh. Well, I never really got into Batman. Go figure. Or superhero stuff. I mean, I've watched some of the movies. They're just not really things I care for that much. So many gooblies. Eat rock. Oh, these things also throw rocks at me. Just realized. Maybe that's why this isn't so annoying, because they don't have their little needler things that they throw.
Time has taught me patience, but basking in new freedom, I will know all that I possess.
I can't see anything. Bonk. Yep. Bonk. I love the idea of Master Chief just going through, like, this entire flood-infested level with just a baseball bat. And some, curveballs, alright. Isn't it just Gravity Hammer? No, it's a bit weaker than a Gravity Hammer, but it has a lot more knockback. And it has a smaller area of effect. Gravity Hammer has a much bigger AoE. Double wielding flip-flops. Oh no, chonkless. Asian mom style. We're Hispanic. So, remember how I told you I would do something? Something. I think? Do that something? Oh, what something? Alright. Registeel. Alright, sure. I will do it. I will do it. There's a bit of a queue, though. Because I still have to finish Geth's picture. And then I'll get onto that. Yep. Great. Let me just go ahead and write that down, actually, before I forget. Take the time you need. Because I don't have a fancy queue command like Zaihi does or anything like that. Where the hell is that text document? Let's just do this here. This up and Reggie Steele. On a quest to get all the Reggies in your art style. Are the Reggies in particular? Are they just your favorite or something? Love Reggies, yes. Yes. I like the noises they make.
I have walked the edge of the abyss. I have seen your future, and I have learned.
Submit! End her torment and my own!
I love this drum. I love these drums right here. What? Okay. Whoa, 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 what? What are these? They're like flood, or not flood, they're elite grunts. Ooh. They're like little arbiter grunts. What the fuck? Why?
Look.
Whoa, whoa.
Caution, grenade!
Sneak up on me. Okay. Interesting. Slip space rifle, maybe. There we go. Slip space rupture detected. I remember there's a skull up here somewhere, but I need a rifle or something to jump up there. So none of the grenades I have are good for grenade jumping. Totally functional? No, that is not functional. Let's see what the interdimensional marble gives us. An explosion. Oh well. Let's see what this one gives. Weapons! Excellent. Half of them probably fell down, but... I do love this quad sniper. Baseball bat. The thruster is okay. It's not really great here, though, because of the tight confines. With a void, brute air horn.
There will be no more sadness, no more anger, no more envy.
Will show me what she hides, or I shall feast upon your bones.
I bonked the stasis field.
You found me.
Cool.
But so much of me is wrong. Out of place. You might be too late.
You know me. When I make a promise.
You keep it. I do know how to pick 'em.
Lucky me. Do you still have it?
The activation index from the first Halo ring. A little souvenir I hung on to, just in case. Got an escape plan?
Thought I'd try shooting my way out. Mix things up a little.
Just keep your head down. There's 2 of us in here now, remember?
But you really miss 100% flood levels, huh? Nope. I like flood levels, not 100% flood levels.
Now, at last I see. Her secret is revealed.
Mammoth burgers. Mmm.
You need to buy some time. This reactor, start a chain reaction. Destroy High Charity.
Oh no, he's got a boxing glove. Where'd you come from?
You heard it, Chief. We need
Run
to
through some more questionable flood
destroy the
doors.
flood once and for all.
Oh, oh. Yeah, the things that kind of look like... I don't need to describe what they look like. It should be pretty self-explanatory. Oh my goodness, what the fuck is happening? What? What?
Okay, if you can find survive 2 shots from that, you get to live. You deserve to live at that point. Brian! Oh, I see it now. What it was being referred to earlier. Yes, these doors. Well, you can't really see them now, but they look like... Don't make me describe it. Yeah.
I've got a friendly contact. Who would be crazy enough to come in here?
Get down, grenade!
Oh my... Holy shit! Oh!
I've got a friendly contact. Who would be crazy enough to come in here?
Oh my goodness. What? Shields, please. Thank you.
Wait, you two made nice? What else did you do while I was gone?
There's a background alarm that's annoying me the fuck out. I think that's the exact point of an alarm. They're supposed to be annoying. Alright. Brain, Master Chief promised himself to you. Please accept his promise ring of galactic destruction. The promise ring.
We are aboard. Humans and elites. Will you not come with us, brother? No. This is our fight. And I will see it finished.
Johnson, do you have the frigate?
Yes, ma'am. I'll land her as close to the control room as I can.
Safe is better than close, Sergeant Major.
Roger that. And ma'am, it's good to have you back.
Soft landing. Plus 150 silver lions.
Halo. It's so new, unfinished. I'm not exactly sure what will happen when we fire it.
We'll head for the portal. And we'll all go home.
Look. A coconut in the hand is worth a tree in this. What? Excuse me, what? I wonder if I could just bonk Arbiter off the edge here. Can I, like, just... Alright, hold on. Yep, there he goes. Alright, he's gone now. Oh, there. Wow, he just appears.
Head through the cliffs.
Wait, what is this? Wait, coconuts? Oh, that's what these are. They're not rocks, they're coconuts. Oh, they're explosive coconuts. I didn't know that. I thought they were just rocks. The skull, and what do we have here? Rocketeer. Yeah, I definitely want the Rocketeer more than Confetti Cannon. This thing's overpowered.
Control room isn't far.
I wonder if there's any special dialogue for, the where are you going?
Where are you going?
Nope, doesn't look like it. I don't know, where am I going?
Wait, what's that?
Another confetti cannon? Yeah, here's one of the terminals. Oh my god, it's the area from Halo 1! I wonder if I, No. More coconuts.
Did you think me defeated?
Yes.
Flood dispersal pods. Control room's at the top of that tower, Chief. Go!
Bonk. 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 Yeah, these coconuts just insta-kill Flood if you hit them. Ow. But sometimes that happens. The fuck?
I got you covered, Chief. Meet you at the top of that tower.
Whoa! 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 No! Well. Well. Well then. Bonk. And bonk.
Meet you at the top of that tower.
Maybe they don't insta-kill Flood. I don't know. Ow. Alright, whoever has the slip space rifle has got to... Stop.
Keep moving, Chief. I got your back.
Oh my goodness. Oh, cool. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Locta. I stream from Wednesday to Sunday. I do art on Wednesdays and various things throughout the week. How you doing? Finishing up some, Cursed Halo, which we started yesterday, since I finished reading my, finished the live reading of my first book today.
New clip acquired. How you doing? The Light Brigade. Was the brigade light? Was it? Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you had fun over there. Welcome to Violence with a baseball bat. And coconuts. But they seem very odd. It is very odd. There was some light. Was there any brigade? Hey, look, a leg. It's legendary. We're not playing on a legendary difficulty. Alright, put that there.
Open the damn door.
Put this there.
Just as soon as you dispose of all toxic blood groups. I'm afraid contamination protocols do not allow for...
Yeah, I hear you.
Another coconut tree up there.
You didn't tell me he was here.
Here. Get that thing out of here. Bye. There he goes. He's gone. There we go. Boink. Bonk. And boink. And boink. And boink. And pop. I don't want the American-made assault rifle. It's okay. It's not great, though. Point confidence goes speeding off a collapsing halo ring.
Chief, start taking names.
What if I just...
Damn.
Oh. I didn't know you could kill him. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait, hold on. Oh, shit, never mind. Oh, whoa, what's going on with the ragdolls? Wait, hold on. So I could like pick up his confetti cannon. What does that mean? So if I do this, can Johnson hold a baseball bat? No. I have only 2.
We won this fight.
And I'm out of ammo. Oh well. What's in here?
Do I take life or give it? Who is victim and who is foe?
It's trying to rebuild itself on this ring.
How many vehicles can you beat this level with? Oh no. Mine unholy roar.
Yank me, Chief.
I'm not gonna lose her, too.
I always thought it funny if there was like a spoof of this where he just like misses his catch, just like, oops, and it just kind of skitters across the floor, then falls down. Roll the credits.
Oh, hello. Wonderful news. The installation is almost complete.
Terrific.
Yes, isn't it? I have begun my simulations. No promises, but initial results indicate this facility should be ready to fire in just a few more days.
We don't have a few more days.
But a premature firing will destroy the Ark.
Deal with it.
Will destroy this installation. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Protocol dictates action. I see now that helping you was wrong. You are the child of my makers, inheritor of all they left behind. You are Forerunner. But this ring is mine.
Number character bad.
I take no pleasure in doing what must be done. You do not deserve this ring. I have kept it safe. It belongs to me.
Not for long. Kick his ass.
Oh boy. Ow.
You cracked my...
I'm getting you out of here.
No.
Sounds like he was having fun. Yeah. Yay!
Don't ever let her go. Send me out with a bang.
Chief, I'm so sorry.
Alright, here we go. Dude, he was just doing his job.
I am sorry, Spartan. Come.
We got the Doom assault rifle. No, wait, they took away all our coconuts. Oh, lame. Oh wait, our baseball bat! Yes, it's actually a good thing that I left it out here.
Sergeant guides us.
Dog. Of course. The frigate. We still have a chance. Find the doorway in the
Ow.
house, Chief. The dog is on the other side.
No, 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 do not want. Do not want. Do not want. Here we go. Whoa, that's a lot of things going on in here.
Don't let this Ring be the end of us, Chief.
If these explosions would stop. Alright, let's see what we get to drive at the end here. If it's a Hyper Hog, oh man, it's gonna be terrible. Ow. What the fuck? Okay. What? Alright, I mean, it's, there are worse things. Here. Get on. Get on! Thank you. Far worse than. Oh, what? Actually, hold the phone. What is? Oh, here. Oh, hell yeah! Here we go.
Drive, Chief. Head for the frigate.
Yeah. Surf and Banshee, and there's a Pelican there as well. Let's just put all the vehicles there. Why not? Easy mode. Oh, okay. Maybe still has its own challenges.
We can make it, as long as the ground doesn't fall out of
As long as the ground doesn't.
The dawn is close. We can make it, as long as the ground doesn't fall out beneath us.
I like this thing. This thing's fun.
Charging sequence at 30%.
Whoa! Here we go. Whoa! Alright. That's not what I was driving.
Hang on. Chief!
A little stubby toy tank. Imagining riding... Or imagining surfing while actually riding the Warthog.
If we don't make it,
We'll make it.
They didn't make it.
it's been an honor serving with you, John.
A funeral. Eunice holds a very strange funeral for Master Chief. Oh no, the dart rifles. Wait, what? Oh.
For us, the storm is past.
Oh my goodness.
The war is over. But let us never forget.
That's
that
kind
we
of
journeyed into the howling dark,
weird.
did not return. For their decision required courage beyond measure, sacrifice, and unshakable conviction that their fight, our fight, was elsewhere. we start to rebuild, this hillside will remain barren, a memorial to heroes fallen. They ennobled all of us, and they shall not be forgotten.
Yes, fire darts into the wind.
I remember how this war started, what your kind did to mine.
Wait, what?
I can't forgive them. But you have my thanks for standing by him to the end.
Hood?
Hard to believe he's dead.
There's no one there. Vague grunting noises. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Chief? Can you hear me?
Nope.
I thought I'd lost you too.
What happened?
I'm not sure. When Halo fired, it shook itself to pieces. Did a number on the Ark. The portal couldn't sustain itself. We made it through just as it collapsed. Oh, some of us made it.
Oh. What? I guess there he is. Barney the purple dinosaur, whatever he's supposed to be.
Bet you did it. Truth and the Covenant, the Flood. It's finished.
It's finished.
It was not, in fact, finished.
I'll drop a beacon, but it'll be a while before anyone finds us. Years, even. I'll miss you.
Wake me when you need me.
Cool. Okay, well, we finished that quicker than I thought we would. Well, shit. Now what? We got like 20 minutes left at most. Uh... Um... I don't know what to do. Not to sleep stream? I am not going to bed this early in the first place. Secondly, no. Why would I do that? No. Sing for us? No. You have to be here on Wednesdays for that. Call stream early? I mean, I'd rather not unless I have to, but... I don't know what to do. Would you like to reboot? I don't know. Let's see. What are we doing? Not a lot can be done in 20 minutes, this is true. I'm gonna go as soon as the game's stream over. Speedrun main menu quit. Eh. Bleh. Bleh. Bah. I don't know. What's here? Videos, Halo credit support. I don't know. Guess talk about your week. So let's see what's happened this week. Fuck. I don't know what I did Monday. I know I watched some things on Sunday, I think. Wednesday, you know, I did the art thing, and then after that, I worked a bit on some writing. Otherwise, just watched some YouTube videos. Thursday, we did their Lego Star Wars thing, and I worked on some more writing. And then watched some more YouTube videos. Friday... Is today Friday? No, today's not Friday. Yesterday, I didn't really do much at all of anything, actually. Well, actually, no. Friday, I hung out with some buddies and had very long conversations. And then I went to bed. Today, I finished the book thing. I finished reading my book on stream. I thought it'll be going up later. And then we played some of this. Yeah. And now I'm confused. And then later tonight, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably maybe work on some writing some more if I can. Sunday, what am I doing tomorrow? Probably gotta play some... Probably gonna finish up New Vegas tomorrow. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll probably hop on VRC and watch some stuff, I guess, as I tend to do on Sunday nights. Stay up way too late, eat way too many Doritos. I mean, you know, when you get a bulk box of 114 bags of Doritos for $5, I mean, you gotta eat them. Kind of Doritos. Spicy nacho cheese. Let me join you in VRC. As long as it's not too late for you, because I know it'd be at a very weird hour for you, because, like, I know Onward's usually there, when I'm watching things. We've been watching, like, a lot of the Star Wars animated series, like the Clone Wars and stuff like that. We sometimes watch other things just to take a break. Doing some stupid commentating on them. Pretty much. We finished up watching Bad Batch, which was really nice. It was actually really good. Clone Wars takes a while before it gets its wheels, like, gets rid of its training wheels, because the first season is kind of like, it's a little plain and shallow. I mean, I'm on, the ick leave. I'll need to go to work. That's fair, you know. But if you do feel sick, you know, I'd prefer you get the rest you need. I like the Cooler Ranch Doritos or the Sweet and Tang BBQ. I never really was a fan of barbecue trips, and the Cool Ranch Doritos have been okay, but I gotta say I like the nacho cheese more. I'm the weird person who, like, will break them off into, like, thirds, like take a Dorito chip and break them off into thirds, then put it on my tongue, then suck on them, and then crunch them up, and then eat them. I'm very weird and meticulous with how I eat Doritos. Don't at me. I've got problems.
I believe my foot won't complain that I spend time laying in bed. That is true. That is true. Yeah. As we Sunday night and sometimes Monday, I get on VRC fairly often, usually after stream. Not immediately after stream. Usually I wait a little bit, like I give myself a couple hours to like eat dinner and stuff like that. Keep that in mind. So there's that. But I do usually get on VRC and watch some stuff until the butt crack hours of the morning. Let's see. Entire Dorito on my tongue and suck on before crunching up. You have a very large mouth if you're able to fit an entire Dorito in your mouth. I can't do that. It just doesn't all fit. It like kind of hits the back of my teeth or something. It's like, ah. Do that sometimes too. Jeez, interesting. That's why. Okay, Huntress. Okay. Let's settle down. I love Clone Wars mainly because it made Order 66 more devastating for me, especially what happened to the best Squid Mask wearing Plo Koon. Yeah, I really enjoyed Clone Wars. I haven't watched the 7th season because when I watched, there were only 6 seasons, and that was kind of the end of it. They didn't really add the 7th season until much later when they started having like Rebels and Bad Batch and stuff like that. So I've yet to watch that, but I have watched through all of it before, but it was a long while back, so I barely remember much of it. I remember some of the more important bits and pieces of it, so it's a bit of a refresher, in a lot of the episodes I don't really remember. So it's kind of new in a sense to me. But I remember I used to watch that a lot. What else is there? What else can I do to kill time here? Clone Wars builds Anakin character a lot more too. It does pretty nice with that. Speaking of character building. Next story that I'm going to read on stream, next book, is going to be Book 2, Shadows of Death, which is shorter than this recent book was. It's a bit shorter. It doesn't have 2 parts like this book did, but it's a lot more hit the ground running type stuff, and it deals with the introduction of the character Purge, the Demon Slayer, and the big bulky heavy armored knights and stuff like that. I'm in the mood for EAW. My PC is fixed. I haven't played EAW in a while. Well, I wouldn't say a while, but it's been like a week since I last played it. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of the economy changes in the sense in Empire at War that it takes way too long to build space stations now. Because if you have 90% or more of your building slots built up, that includes like bonus stations, like population stations and stuff like that. If you have more of that, you get a nice discount and build time bonus. And it feels really necessary since fleet upkeep is a lot more expensive now. Can I join you, man? I'm about to end here. Honestly, I'm just killing time, pretty much. I'm not doing anything. Oh, yeah, it is that 4-hour time, so it is. Yeah, there. I mean, there's not much else to discuss. Like, let's see. Tomorrow, I'll probably end up finishing New Vegas. Again, for like the 30th time on stream. And then we'll have to find out something else to do on the weekends. If there's something you guys would like to see me do, like on the weekends, or something to replace the New Vegas slot, let me know. If I don't have it, I will be getting paid by Twitch here shortly. I'll have a nice $60 to spare. Oh no! Why? I'm about to end! No! Why? The timing! Oh no! Hello, Burr. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Locked. I stream from Wednesday to Sunday. Do art on Wednesdays and various things on the weekend. Wow. We just finished reading a live reading of my first book. We've got to the end of it, and I decided to kill some time with some Cursed Halo, which we finished that as well, and now I'm just kind of just sitting here blathering on to kill the last 10-20 minutes of stream. If you play the campaign, can I join up? Maybe. Maybe in the future if I do a open to viewers co-op lobby or something like that. 2 more hours of stream. No. I am already, all that reading aloud today really, makes my brain buzz. I don't know, like, if you speak for so long, it feels like your head vibrates or something like that. But I hope you're doing well, Bert.
There's two. I can't do 2 more. I can't. There's no fucking way. I'm getting hungry. Like, you know, getting exhausted and winded. Losing my speech capacity. Fine. What? No. Bap you. But how was Little Nightmares Burr? I've seen people play that game. It looks really interesting. It kind of reminds me of Limbo in a way. That game. 30 minutes. I don't think I'll be able to do much in 30 minutes or anything. I'm just tired is all. I used to do 8-hour streams, but that was because circumstances were different. Oh, sorry, but it was great. Short game finished in 2 hours. Really? Only 2 hours? I thought it was longer. Oh, okay. You must just be, really damn good at the game or something. Do you have Elder Scrolls Oblivion? I do, and I have played that frequently on stream. I stopped the last time I played it because I saw it wasn't doing well. But if there's interest in it, if you guys want to see me play Oblivion again, I will be absolutely down to play Oblivion again. Oblivion is one of my favorite games of all time. Not gonna lie. It is, like, my favorite Elder Scrolls game, period. And I have played it quite a bit before. But yeah, if you guys want to see me play it again, I will absolutely play it again. We can, maybe, like, you know, give some character ideas for me to play or something like that. Because last time I think I just played, like, some sort of generic paladin character or whatnot. I like my paladin characters in that game. Because Oblivion is fucking amazing for playing, what is it? It's amazing for playing, like, what are they called? See, this is me getting tired. Spell blade type characters, what's the word for it? Battle mage type characters, where you mix like magic and melee. Oblivion is like one of the best Elder Scrolls games for that. Because in Morrowind you have to equip magic and equip magic items in order to cast spells. And in Skyrim you also have to equip magic, so you have to like take your shield off, put the magic on, then you cast a spell, then you take the magic off, put the shield on, that kind of stuff, and it kind of ruins any sort of battle mage potential. And I do have Skyrim as well. I also do have Morrowind, so I could play either of those. I played more through Morrowind once. The only problem I have with playing Morrowind on stream, it is a lot of reading. Holy shit. You talk to any NPC, they dump an entire encyclopedia of information on you, and if you're reading that aloud, woo! It really can make your brain tickle. Oh my goodness. It is a lot. Yeah, I enjoy Morrowind. I really do. It's just so much reading that it can be... Oh, it's hard to play on stream sometimes. It's because of all the reading you have to do in order to know, like, where to go and what to do. Unless you've played the game a lot before and just know that offhand. But I don't really, because it's not one that I've played too much. But I do enjoy it when I do play it. I could play that as well, if there's enough interest in that. Last time I played an Argonian spear wielder who was unarmored and specialized in, like, acrobatics, spear, and, well, unarmored. And that was pretty fun. It was pretty goofy little build. I typically usually play Argonians in Elder Scrolls games. It's my usual go-to race. Pisses in Spanish. Oh.
What?
How? Okay, wow, I just lost my complete train of thought, though. Anyways. Fuck. Well done, Lone Wolf, well done. I think the only person who's managed to do that is Onward when we have some interesting conversations that are not safe for stream. What was it last time? Oh man, fuck, what were we watching? I can't even talk about the question, it's so bad. Anyways, yeah, we have some interesting, not safe for stream conversations that are funny and hee hee ha ha. But let's see. What else is there? Fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Oblivion or Morrowind or Skyrim even. If you guys wanted to see me play that, I would be willing to play that on the weekend after we finish up New Vegas tomorrow. So yeah, if you guys want to see that, I do have my Discord thing. If you guys want to post suggestions, shout at me in the suggestions channel, play this game! And stuff like that. And other people can be like, yeah, play this game! It'll be perfect. It'll be great. It'll be a wonderful time. I'll do things. I'll explode chickens and all kinds of stuff. Lone
You should maybe piss in French next. I don't... I'm going to shit in anger at this rate. Space Angels don't even have the means to do that. And, yeah, in the future, I think about a month from now is when I'll start reading the next book on stream on Saturdays. If there's enough interest. I know not everybody really cares for my reading streams. But, I don't want to be unfair to those of you who do care. So, may as well, I guess. So what are we doing? I don't know. Killing time until the end of stream, because I finished this game with, like, 20 minutes left of stream, and I didn't know what to do, so I'm just kind of having a nice chat with you guys. So how are your days been going? Just babbling on and rambling and, things and stuff. Yeah. Hold our hands and sing by a campfire. Tell us about Onion. Onion is asleep somewhere. I don't know where. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, she's somewhere asleep. Hold our hands and sing by a campfire. I don't have a campfire. I don't know what song I'd sing. Together around the campfire and sing our campfire song. I want to know how you got here and how we got her. So, Onion was actually born from a cat we had for a while. So she was part of a litter that was born here. And my little sister had the kittens in her care for a bit. One of the cats in the litter got sick and passed away. And I was given a choice, because I wanted a cat since my previous cat, Jasmine, ran away when we last moved. And I was kind of disheartened about that, and I kind of really wanted a cat again. And so I was given a choice. I could pick any one cat. My little sister would keep the other two. It's like, okay, so I picked her out because, or rather, she picked me out in a sense, because she was very clingy. Even when she was a kitten, she was a little kitten, very clingy. Like I had her in my room for a little bit. I didn't have the facilities to properly house her and feed her and like I don't have a litter box or anything like that, so I wasn't able to keep her for long. I kept her for like a couple days and whatnot. I had to clean up everything manually, which sucked. And so I kept her for a couple days, and even then, she was just super attached. Every time I'd go out of my room, she does the same thing she does now, where she meows, meows, and meows, and meows. She's been doing that since she was a kitten. She's always been super clingy. And originally she had a little O on her back, and I was going to name her Zero, but she grew out of that over time, and her fur pattern changed. And I was going to name her Spoon, but I gave up that idea and decided to name her Onion instead. And then once I got the facilities properly for her, and like the toys for her to play with, a place for her to feed her, a place for her to go poop and pee, then I was actually able to keep her. And I kept her since not necessarily a kitten, but not quite an adult cat either. But very, very small, very petite still. And she's always kind of been the same. Like, she's kind of never really grown out of being a kitten. Her behavior has always just been the same. So she's just always, I don't know, been here. Where did Spoon come from? The same place Onion come from. Fuck if I know. Just random objects that came to mind. But, anyways, we are now at that 4-hour mark. So, yay! We killed time enough. Thank you, guys, for being there to talk to me. Thanks for Gene Scratch. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be playing some New Vegas, finishing up our run of that. Maybe we'll play it again in another run in the future, most likely, but we'll give it a break, as I tend to do with those games, and then we come back around to them in the future. Just enjoy them all again, because those games have a lovely replay value. My locked love you too. Love you, buddy. Love you too. Let's see. Who is online? Let's raid out. Let's make someone happy, because that's what we like to do here. Let me get that hydrate and stretch in as well. And stretch. Well, I was gonna raid Burr, but Burr raided me, so, let's see. We got Neiman's online. He's playing Ori and something. I don't know what that is. Zeus is on. I haven't raided Zeus in a little while. He's playing Arma 3, and Arma 3 is kind of an interesting game to watch. Kind of a googly thing, and Zeus is pretty cool. Oh, we got you guys on Zeus, 1915. This is in French. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna piss in your toilet and you'll never know who. But thank you all for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the raids today as well. Thank you so much, Gololol and Burr. I really appreciate that. And Scarly. I can't forget Scarly. Scarly, OG champ. But thank you all for coming. Thank you all for hanging out and being supportive and appreciative. I really do appreciate you all here, even if you're just on lurk, even if you're just muted and just dropping a view. I really appreciate it. It helps a lot, more than you know. It does. Just to stop by and just sit there, I guess. It helps a lot, more than you know, believe me. It really does. With that said, look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Much love, many hugs, many kisses, and well, bye-bye!